Holman? Here. Councilmember Schmidt? Here. Councilmember Warbach? Here. 4 present.
Before we begin, are there any comments from members of the public? With no public speakers, let's proceed to finance.
Thank you, Chair Failsit. Lalo Perez, Chief Financial Officer. What we have placed at places for you is the at places memo of the prior Finance Committee meetings. That offers a little bit more detail, and you may not have brought the copies with you, so we provided those for you. So that's what's in front of you. And today, we are going to deal with anything that was outstanding and what we're calling the parking lot. And that's going to be our goal, to try to get through that and anything else that the committee might bring up that has not addressed as of yet. But before we do that, City Manager Keene wanted to have some opening remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, committee members. So I'm on page 6, and if you have a packet page report, it would be packet page 8, which is really the summary of the parking lot items. And I was going to say something about that and then as to how it connected to next year, but I think maybe after talking briefly with the chairman, we sort of see how we work through the meeting, and I'll sort of hold off some of my process and next year kind of comments till later. So I'll pass on that and just sort of see how we're going. I just would remind us that, though, that the budget that we put together was affected by the fact that we were hit with some, despite good revenue growth, some expenditure drivers that are multi-year in some form. I mean, obviously, it's related to increased costs of our employment contracts and the associated pension and OPEB costs. We have a couple of issues that we've talked about, and they surface here in the parking lot, no pun intended there, that really are new expenses that we've got to grapple with. And we compound that with the fact of, one, when we got them, and two, the sort of short staff we've had really working through this budget. To really say that this is in a sort of a triage adaptive budget that tries to set a good foundation for us to begin to do work for the 2018 fiscal year budget. And as I talked with Lalo and Kylie and the staff this morning, our thought is that we should be thinking about getting back to finance and say the start of the second quarter of the fiscal year to really start talking about some of the policy implications of the choices we need to make, as opposed to just waiting and getting into the city manager's proposed budget. So one of the things you may think about is that as you make recommendations that actually balance a budget, if there are carryover items from a policy perspective or matters of concern, might want to even identify those, and we talk about those are things that we need to be thinking about as we plan for how we attack the fiscal year budget 18 next year. That's all I have.
Let me make sure I understand what you said, which is, as we sort of wade through this, if we take policy directions that are gonna necessarily require us to spend money in 2018 on them, then we need to know about that now. Is that what you said?
Right, but I would also say that you may adopt some of the perspective that we did on the staff, and I did getting the recommendations, that's saying that we need to have a balanced budget, but we probably can't, as thoughtfully and as strategically as possible, solve all of the underlying factors in this budget. Right. We need to be planning on that in FY18, but I'm suggesting that we think about coming to finance in almost study session format earlier in the budget process next year to get that going. Thanks.
I understand. I think that's a wise and prudent suggestion.
To add to that, we envision coming before this committee finishes its term, to be clear, because that's going to be important to have the continuity of the review. Just to add a little bit more to that, the city manager's proposed budget is balanced by using one-time solutions and a $5 million draw on the budget stabilization reserve, as we discussed at the beginning of the session. That $5 million draw, and this is before any of these changes that you are about to make are taken into account, left the budget stabilization reserve at about 18%, not that far away from your 18.5 target. While ideally it would be best not to use the budget stabilization reserve, as the city manager said, it gives us an opportunity to think it out well and strategically and bring back a plan. So what we're going to do today, I think, is try to set the items that are still left in the parking lot in some kind of sequence of what we are categorizing it. And so what we'd like to do is do that as soon as you feel that the committee's ready.
Mr. Chair, Lalo triggered a thought for me here. One of the things that I've been trying to glean from the discussion so far this year and the summary of the parking lot items is, what is it that the committee wants to achieve in your recommendations? I mean, number one, obviously you have to make a balanced budget recommendation to the council. So you want to do that. To some extent, you may have different reasons to want to save money or have some policy concerns about how we're funding things. And I would just say, I'll throw this out as a concept in advance. I've gotten a sense from council members that, there's some of you have more concern about using the budget stabilization reserve funds than I do as city manager. I mean, recognizing that it's a one-time approach. Secondly, that we call it the budget stabilization reserve. We didn't call it the budget reserve lockbox, that is never intended to be used. And I think our history has been that we're very prudent, but this idea in a changing year, there's nothing inappropriate with doing that, and as Lalo said, we're really well within the range of your existing guidelines. That being said, one of the areas, I think, by the time you get through the parking lot items, that we probably have more flexibility in finding offsetting funding than using the budget stabilization reserve, 4.9 million that I had. For example, would be in the capital budget area, the contributions to the capital budget for fiscal year 17. You put a number of projects in the parking lot that probably have about a $2 million impact on the general fund piece. We may argue that pulling out individual projects isn't the best way to do that, to think about, is there a target number you would like us to reach? And one of the things I asked Kylie this morning that they haven't even been able to get back to me on is, but I'll just put it out as a thought, is do we want to, if that's an objective of yours, is there a way we want to think about budgeting a credit against the transfer to the capital budget this year in the same way that we budget a credit for salary savings in the budget? In other words, we know that we're not going to spend 100% of salary savings, so we budget a credit. So very well may be that one way to deal with this would be to for us to talk about, is there a credit against the capital contribution that we'd want to budget? And then we have the flexibility as the year unfolds to adjust the budgets in different projects, as opposed to trying to guess right now which project could we either cut or reduce the spending on. So just a thought, but it might be an easier way to think about addressing this question. And it may actually mean that between the time you conclude your work and by the time we get to the council for adoption on the budget on the 13th, I could huddle with the staff and we might actually be able to be more specific about what projects could be affected. But I think it's a better way than you all starting to pour over things and saying, well, why don't we cut that project or this project? It very well may be that the cash flow piece of it will solve itself, and we just think about it that way. And again, I may be more prepared to be able to be more specific when we come to council on the 13th. Good.
Yeah. Let me make a comment, and then Councilmember Holman's got a question, right? Which is, yeah, I understand. I think that's right, and we have the budget stabilization reserve for a reason, right? As you say, it is not a lockbox. I think that, on the other hand, to dip into the reserves is something you do when you're spending more money than you take in. Right? And we take in a certain amount of money in revenues, and we spend money on operating expenses and on capital infrastructure, basically, right? And if there's more going out than there is coming in, I think it is our job as council to brood and agonize over that. Okay, right? I mean, I think that's our job, right? And so, I think doing this that we're doing is well spent. Is time well spent, right? We may yet decide. Okay, it's conceivable we'll decide. Yep, spend $5 million out of the budget stabilization reserve. That's what we want to do, right? But you know, we all have the cautions about this. You know, some of these expenses appear to be structural, right? Which means we're going to have them next year and the year after and the year after. And so the danger is we end up in the same place a year from now, and the only difference is, one, we've got $5 million less in reserves, and two, the economy went down, right? Or as Jerry Brown said last week about the ant stores up in the good times and so forth, right? So I think that's the spirit of this, and I think it's important for council and finance committee being part of council. I think it's important for council to have the discipline to prioritize things. I mean, not necessarily at an incredibly granular level, but it's very easy to say, well, we need this, we need that, we need the other things, we need it all, right? And I think the council has to do better than that, right? We have to be willing to say, okay, these things are, you know, A1 priority, and those things are, you know, B2 priority, and so forth. I think we have to be able to do that. Otherwise, we're just going to load stuff up. So that said, it's very clear, obviously the staff's going to be better at figuring out sort of what things can work and so forth, right? So you wouldn't want a situation where you tried to get the council to say, you know, this is priority 1 and that priority 32, and this one's 16 and 17, not the other way around. I mean, I don't think that makes sense at all, right? But some level of saying, you know, this is this place, I mean, and it's for us, you know, as much as it is, I mean, for you guys to do that. So I hope we're gonna address some of that, and you know, we ourselves will have to make some of these choices, right? Or to at least understand the ramifications of them as we go through this process, as we do that. Okay.
Yes, and thank you, Chair, for your comment. I agree. So, a couple of 3 things. One is there's a lot of staff members here. There are a lot of staff members here, and I know one thing that would let at least City Clerk go. It would be helpful, I think, for us and for you all if we knew what things we could resolve, if there are some easy things that we could resolve so that some staff could go. There are a couple of things that I'd asked about during goodness knows what meeting, about where are we accounting for the money we're supposed to be identifying for Avenidas, and should we be successful with post office, where is that money coming from? And I haven't seen anything in response to that. Perhaps I've overlooked it because you know, we've got a lot. So maybe I've overlooked that. I have some specific thoughts, but those were a couple of basic ones because Chair Filseth covered a lot of the matters. So I don't know when you want us to start making individual comments, or if staff could respond about how we could, in some kind of order, address so that we don't have to have so much staff here.
Yeah, why don't we do general stuff first? And it's premature to go in and sort of say, well, I mean, one of the issues is, you know, should we increase HSRAP funding? I think it's premature to say, well, we should increase it this much or not and stuff like that. I think we're not there yet. Councilmember Schmidt.
And then I'd like to say something.
Yes, please.
Yeah, two context questions. I agree with the chair's comments. The goal of the Finance Committee is to think about a sustainable budget. What decisions do we have to make this year for this budget to create a sustainable future? One question, page 88 of the operating budget. It says salary and benefit increases in 2017 are 3.7%. That sounds sustainable. But if you look at page 77, it says that salaries by themselves went up 5.5%. Pensions went up 10%. Healthcare went up 6.8%. And if you turn to page 480, retiree medical went up 11.4. Now, those numbers add up to 7.2%. What's that number on page 88?
Thank you, Councilmember, for your question. On page 88, you're looking at the aggregate change of all salary and benefits. So that's everything from pure salaries to the workers' compensation contributions to the workers' compensation and general workers' compensation fund. So if you look at page 78, you'll see that we go through all those increases that you just referenced, the salary increases, the pension increases, et cetera. But in the second paragraph, we talk about what's offsetting those increases, which is reductions in other benefits. So things like the 1.9 million change from the retiree health care contributions, as well as workers' compensation contributions.
Yeah, okay. I'm putting retiree health care in there, but I think we should have a straightforward number that the amount of dollars we are paying for employees, both current and future, went up 7.2% in the last year. Now, the question is that sustainable? I think we made that decision. That's a decision that's made. But I think as we talk about the parking lot and where we want to get to in the parking lot, we need to take that into account. Now, that was my first question. I think it would be helpful if on page 88, when this was presented to the full council, there be a footnote or something that describes salary increases, pension increase, health increases, and retiree health increases. Those are things that are sustainable into the future.
So that is something that we provided this committee in a slide. So we can definitely put that as one of the slides for the council, and then we'll look to see how we can incorporate some notes.
Yeah, I think that's misleading to have that number as a base. Second question is to the chair. I think before we start talking about specific issues in the parking lot, it might be good if each one of the committee members states what their goal might be with the budget stabilization reserve, so we have a sense of how much we want to change that number or keep it as it is. So maybe some overall goal that this committee might be working toward.
Can I make a comment on that? And then we'll get to Councilmember Wolbach has a question as well, which is, I think what we're seeing here, so first of all, when the city manager was talking a few minutes ago, I think, it's exactly right. I mean, if for the sake of argument, you wanted to balance the budget without dipping into the BSR, from what I've seen, I don't think that's possible without going into the capital budget, right? I don't think it can be done with just the general direct expenses, right? And so I think what we're seeing here, what we're all grappling with is that, increases in operating costs crowd out infrastructure investment. I mean, that is how it works, depending on how much money you got. And so I think what we're seeing is, the implementation of that, and I think that's not a surprise to anybody. As far as goals, open to consensus on this. My own idea coming into this was not much more sophisticated than I would like to understand what it would look like if, in fact, we were to balance the budget without dipping into the BSR. And then, depending on how much we choose to pull from the BSR, what does that enable us to do? And I'd just like to understand the parameters of that box. And if I understood that, right, I think that was my own goal coming to this. Not necessarily that we make a choice. I think it would be great if the Finance Committee could make a recommendation, right? But as to where we end up, but I just want to understand what the solution space is and some level of priority. Councilmember Wolbach.
First, a question for staff, then a question for the chair. Just want to check, the current budget stabilization reserve fund is, what's the total in there right now? It's 4 point, do you see 4.9
You mean
earlier?
the fund itself?
Yeah.
No,
It's in the 30 million range. Let's
I
bring it up.
misheard you. I thought you said 4.9.
No, 4.9 was the draw that that this budget was making from the
Based on,
fund.
that was at staff recommendation levels.
Right.
They would draw 4.9 out of the total.
So it's
And
on-
remind me what page that was in the
right.
budget?
It's $40 million, right? It's
Right.
hard to see.
And where was that in the?
It's-
Which was?
page-
80, okay. I'll make sure to have that up.
Speak up too, and put your mic close.
So the balance would be, with this proposed budget, prior to the parking lot changes and prior to the two items that we asked you to take in, actually those items were not general fund. So that is your balance, 35,567,000, or roughly 18%.
Okay. And then question / suggestion for the chair, in addition, maybe to piggyback on what Councilmember Schmid was saying. I think it might be useful for us to, kind of go down the line and say, if there are, a few items, whether we have one or two or a small handful, hopefully, of things that for us are really important, like a pet project, something that we think is something we cannot skimp on, that's currently in the parking lot, I think it might be useful for our conversation to just get those out there early on, and maybe at the same time, if there are things which you might be willing to, it might be something you care about, but you're willing to defer it till another year, I think that would be also a useful thing for us each, just put out there right at the beginning. Just so that those are on the table.
Let me make sure I understand what you're asking. Are you suggesting something along the lines of, we give things sort of an A, B, or C priority, which is A, the ones we got to do, C are the ones that, maybe could wait another year, and then there's some in between, is something along those lines?
Yeah, I don't know if we could either do it that way, or if there are just a couple of things that you want to mention specifically, not necessarily we each give our ranking for each item in the parking lot, but if there are a couple of, deal breakers, or you're willing to sacrifice them.
I agree with
feel
that.
free to throw
I don't
them
think
out.
taking a vote on the priority is the right way to do it, right? I'd like to see us come to a four-brain consensus. Right.
let me just add, just to make sure I was clear. I hadn't prepared to rank them all necessarily as A, B, or C. I could probably figure that out if that's what you preferred, but I would be prepared certainly to say, here are a couple of items I think are very important, and a couple that, as much as I care about them, I'd be willing to sacrifice for the year.
Mr. Chair, may I add a comment based on this? So, first of all, Councilmember Holman raised a question about the post office and Avenidas. Both of those I'm looking at as more just informative and not necessarily having a policy implication. Whether it factors into the strategy of balancing this budget versus just knowing what's in the budget. But let's just put that aside for a second. I think it would be really good for us to be able to agree that we're assuming that the city manager's proposed budget is generally accepted as being recommended with the variations or changes being made are roughly being driven by the items on the parking lot themselves.
That's my understanding.
So we're not going to go through the parking lot and all of a sudden you guys start going, oh, and I want to do this, and I'd like to cut that program, and what about this and that? Okay, good. I think we really need to focus on that.
So if there's anybody that has something like that, speak now. Something that isn't currently in the parking lot. Right. Councilmember Schmidt.
City manager, how do you interpret the last line of the parking lot?
Which is, these items have additional information, or the one above it, the 1.0 position?
Yes, to be determined.
Yeah, so I would say that is, that's part of our discussion here,
Okay.
yes. And it very well may be we have some conversation, and the way you want to approach something might change, but it's being driven by these factors. Do you know what I mean? And then it's manageable.
If I could follow up the chair's comment,
please.
who said he would like to see what it would cost to eliminate transfers from the surplus. I guess my own feeling is that we ought to reduce the transfer by 60% and make judgments on that basis.
Transfer is $22 million?
No, it's $4.9 million.
$4.9.
So let me just give you one other way of perspective, and if you wouldn't mind indulging me, when you were busy working on the final touches of this last week, I think I was up in Gettysburg helping teach the leadership lessons from the Battle of Gettysburg to a bunch of city managers and some police chiefs and others. And it really struck on me, I was struck with the importance of strategy and the importance of tactics and the difference here. And for the most part, the council's focus is on strategy and policy, and the tactics, in many ways, in most cases, I think are best left to the staff. So that, in other words, if you're sort of saying, here's a strategy, we want 60% or whatever it is, we could get to a situation where it's easy for us to get it clear today how we implement that. Or we may get into one, you say, well, we'll leave that to you guys to implement, but here's the target we want to hit. Because the truth is, there's not a lot here that's off base, but if we went down some other directions, it could get challenging. So, and the last thing I want to say, just to put this in some perspective, we have one position reduction, the last one, which is to be determined. So we haven't identified that cost yet. That's not in the bottom line. And we also have this issue up here of human service resource allocation process also says to be determined right now. That cost is not factored in here. But if you take those two things aside, if you look at the net at the bottom right now, in the general fund net, which is the second line from the right, you have reduce the budget by $5 million, 5075. That's the net general fund reduction that you have done. There are only two things here that really so far are, in addition to the to be determined, that are additions to the city manager's proposed budget. That's the tree trimming cycle, reducing the cycle, and the ongoing operations and maintenance just above that from the new RPPs, as I see it.
There was one more, which was the PCE contingency.
And the contingency. So that was not in the budget?
No, it was not.
Okay, so you've added those. So everything else is a reduction. So if you were to leave it just like it is right now, and you assume you didn't have anything else, that just happens to be about what the $4.9 million BSR transfer is. Now, that being said, I can guarantee you that you will have to reinstall some of the cuts that you have proposed in the parking lot, so that's not going to stay there. And as you do that, I think Kylie is going to look at ways to be able to look at the impact on the BSR just here, up here on the screen.
Chair Filsadt, let me add one more point of data that I think it's important for the committee to have. So typically, your goal as a council has been for us to have an 18.5 budget stabilization reserve. I'm sorry?
That's the minimum, right? There's the range.
No, the minimum is 15.
Oh, 18.5%, I'm sorry.
Target.
Yeah, and the maximum
That's
is
the
20.
target, isn't it? 18?
I'm sorry?
Yeah, 18.5 is the target, right?
It's a target to goal. So you're $1,076,000 away from that. That's another way to look for you to look at it. If the world was fine and we weren't hitting the reserve, we would come to you with trying to get a budget to you at 18.5.
Understand.
And so that's another point of reference for you to consider.
I think that is a point of reference that we should consider, yes.
And one last thing. I think going back to the chair's idea of prioritizing, you may think about the fact that you're going to make a recommendation to the council. That means 5 of your colleagues may think differently about this than you all.
Yep.
So it very well may be that you decide on something, let's just say, just for discussion, that you decided to say, we adopted the approach of saying, let's just hit this target of 18.5, put stuff back, add new things, have a budget balanced, and reduce the BSR by $1,076,000. You may want to have some priority recommendations to take to the council also, should they not be interested in that approach, so that you kind of, rather than us on the fly at the meeting having to start saying what we would do, you would say, if you don't like this, if you wanted more or all of it, here's what it would be.
That was kind of my intuition, too, is that the outcome of this ought to not be this. It should be, well, here's a range of options, and, if you don't want to do this, then here's what it looks like if you do that, and stuff like that. That was kind of my... Can I make a comment on, or a suggestion that we were diving into this at the outset, but of the 5.075 million, you have, the CMR has a bunch of stuff at the top, which is the street lights and the DSD realignments. My understanding is that, as you've said, the street lights this stuff we have to do, right? The street lights, it's a legal thing. And the DSD realignments is basically moving money from one fund to another, but it's the same expense, right? And so it neither adds nor subtracts from the city's operating expenses. And so I was going to suggest we just take that out right now, right?
We're trying to comply to...
It doesn't fit the spirit of the parking lot.
Right. In the realignment, we're trying to comply to state mandates and laws and propositions that says that you can only recover the cost for the functions that you perform. So you're absolutely right, and then we believe there's legal risk if you were not to do the transfer of the street lights and traffic signals. So, and then the election, we need to pay the county because that's You know, it's the mortgage, if you will. You don't have a choice.
Oh, you got the elections up there, too. I had it down in the, okay, yeah.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
That's right. The elections probably fits into that as well.
Yeah.
That's the one I was suggesting, where we could have a staff member who could leave our presence if we just went ahead and did that.
So let me ask my colleagues on the committee here. On the master list here, this section, the requirements/legal compliance, we just strike it out. And so no further discussion on these items. They don't fit the spirit of what the parking lot's intended to achieve.
Yeah, I think you stated, but just so we're all on the same page, with the exception of the transfer to the general fund, because if you give us some direction to move, that would be the line that would move.
I wanted to ask you about that, and
Okay.
you sort of explained it a little bit as we were sort of getting started, but if I understand that, that is sort of a management judgment of money we could find elsewhere in the capital budget, is that right?
That is correct. It's a staff recommendation. So what we did was, when we found out that we had this new expense of $2.3 million, the line item right above for the street lights and so on, we were trying to figure out a way to help offset that big expense that was unplanned. So our recommendation was to reduce the transfers from the operating side of the general fund to the capital side of the general fund by 1.4. And by doing this, at the end, it nets us, to the draw of 4.9 million. So if this number changes, then that number changes, right? So it's correlated to that.
So the thing that would be different, though, about what we did at that point than, say, what I was suggesting a little while ago about this credit, right, is we actually built this $1.4 million. We forced that into the choices on the capital budget recommendations that we made. So in other words, we would have had $1.4 million more in the capital budget if we let that transfer go through. We said we're not going to make that transfer this year. So we already, in a sense, took one of the first steps that you all are also thinking about if you want to do that. We've done that here. So I think you're pretty hard pressed to not stay with us on that recommendation, or as Lalo said, you would immediately increase what you'd have to draw from the BSR.
Question for that. So agree with what you said, and if we chose, don't know, if we chose to increase that, obviously the book is not closed, it's just we're agreeing to at least this amount, correct?
Right. What we would do then is we would have to go on the capital side and reduce budgets to make
Right.
that offset. So that's what I was
Right.
saying.
Yeah,
This is
understood.
one line item that you might want to leave because you may do something with it.
That's what we do. My recommendation would be to do as the chair was saying, or maybe one of the others of you, of adopting, taking all of these recommendations out of the parking lot and essentially putting them back into the budget. I think it will be better to do this in a kind of iterative way, because you may get to the end and go, oh, wait a minute, we don't like the way this looks. What could we go back and adjust, But if you try to do it like we try to do motions at the council meeting and get it all perfected at one point in time, it won't work.
So one more question. We don't have subtotals here, so does anybody have a total of what that saves or puts back in expenses?
Kylie has a live spreadsheet, so she's going to do that.
Okay. It might be
976,000
to
at the
the,
bottom. It would be essentially restoring or leaving within the current recommended proposed budget.
976,000?
Correct.
Would be being reduced from the proposed budget.
Right.
Added, I'm sorry.
No, it's already in the proposed.
Right.
So we would just leave it there. We won't touch it.
So what's the 976 mean?
That's the amount of net expenses that would be authorized or tentatively approved, like they tentatively approved the police department, you tentatively approved, the HR department, et cetera. So the bulk of these are actually in non-departmental, So what you would be doing is tentatively approving these proposals that we had previously pulled out of the tentative motions and put in the parking lot.
Right, so the place that comes
I
from
understand that, but then
is that the DSD realignment items all net to zero.
That's correct.
So 976 is the 2226 streetlight minus the 1.4, plus the 150 for the elections. And that comes to 976.
That's correct.
I'm having a hard time with the 976. We're putting everything back that was in the budget, so it's balanced, in a sense. That part is balanced.
Yes.
Okay.
The DSD realignments net to zero. Okay, because it's this fund to that fund.
Correct.
So then the net expense above the line here is the transfer from the general fund of 2226 plus the 150K elections funding. Okay? If you take that expense and subtract the 1.4 million reduced transfer to the general fund, it comes to 976. It's basically the first three items. That's right.
Yes,
right.
okay, good.
Yeah, you're at the 4.9 million draw still with this, making
We should be, are we at the 4.9 or are we at 4.9 less 1.4?
these. No, everything in here is already in the budget.
Right.
In the proposed budget.
Including the reduction,
Yes.
the 1.4?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. So you don't change anything of the proposed budget.
Yeah, as Lalo
But-
said, what would happen if you didn't do this, you'd actually have to add that 1.4 to the 4.9 that we had in the budget.
So you're saying the 976 is already in the budget? Although, yes, although we had the 150 in the parking. Well, okay.
So, sorry, I'm still a little bit out on a limb on this one. So if all of this stuff was already in the budget, meaning there was a 1.4 million general capital improvement fund transfer, and we're now taking it out, how is our bottom line either the same as what's already in the budget? I am hearing conflicting comments here. Or how are we then, it's what Jim was saying too, or how are we then saving $976,000 out of the budget?
Well, you're really not. Maybe the best way to look at it here is that let's look down at the bottom line right now on your parking lot under the general fund expenses, right? Because that's the column we're dealing with, not the far right one. Right now, in one sense, you guys have saved $5 million is what we're saying from the city manager's proposed budget. Is that correct?
Isn't it really 5 minus the 976?
You can't look at it like that, it's a combined number. Some of it is what they're proposing to put on hold, some of it's proposing to add. So I'm not sure what you're trying to get at.
This total of $5 million looks like it is a savings from the proposed budget.
So,
It's the
can-
dollars that are at play. Correct.
If you did everything that they have here, plus and minus, how does that relate to the general fund proposed budget?
So let me,
Okay.
let me try this, and I think you kind of touched it on it earlier. So if you look at page 6 or 8 in your packet, go to the last bucket, the policy services levels, project priorities. The only things that will change the budget are the CSD item to be determined, because that's not in the budget right now. If you put a dollar, that changes the budget. The 500,000, that number, we came up with that number for you to discuss today, but you gave us direction to come back with something. That will change the budget. The 230 for RPP was not in the budget. That will change it. And then the 170 for the tree trimming, that will change the
Okay.
budget. And then, obviously, the last one, the position, it was offset. Everything else was already in your budget to the 4.9 million draw. So not putting everything back doesn't do anything to the budget.
So I'm just wondering if the better way to do this, unfortunately, the Councilmember Holman asked a really good question, But then our answer to answer it just led us in this confusion, because in one sense, the 976 doesn't mean anything in the same way that the 5 million doesn't mean anything. What you're really trying to do is look at these things in the parking lot and start to move through them, and we understand the implications of keeping them out or putting them back into the proposed budget, and we would then start to keep score of where they are. So right now, you're tentatively saying, let's remove all of these things from the parking lot, and they basically go back into the budget. And rather than trying to figure out where we are as we're going along, it might be better to talk about each of these groups and the implications of keeping them out or putting them back in. And then you'll get to the bottom line, and then you'll sort of say, are we funding what it is you want to do in the way you want to fund it? And then we can fiddle with the BSR. So if you were to do what Councilmember Schmidt said, for example, say, well, let's just use 60%, we would then start to tell you how that might be achieved, because that solution isn't necessarily in here.
We have a question here from Councilmember Schmidt.
In that first group, 4 of them are Development Service Department. They balance, but the balance is the critical part for the sustainable general fund. Question is, does the general fund pay for it out of its general revenues, or does the Development Service Department charge the people who are paying development fees for it? That is a net increase in funds available.
Well, let me put it this way. When we calculate the fees for service they're based on what our estimates of the cost of providing that service, the expenditures, correct?
Correct.
And those expenditures cover people who work in the general fund also. We don't just factor in people who don't work in the general fund.
And the
Correct.
share of the time they spend in the development services, including the training necessary, should be included in that department.
So we need to define training, because we went through this when we discussed the budget, right? That
Yeah.
there's some non-development services training, such as firefighting training, that's not included in the cost.
If you use half a year of a fireman in development services, half of his training to retain his position as a fireman should be charged to development services. I mean, that's a logical procedure.
And so, Councilmember, this gets back to our discussion back during the actual hearings, where we were definitely discussing whether or not the certifications to remain a sworn firefighter are legally able to be recovered through development services fees.
Okay, is that a legal question or an economic question?
It is a legal question in terms of our ability to recover our costs extends to full cost recovery to provide the services that that individual is receiving. I can have Molly come up here and explain it further, but in this instance, we are moving out certain costs from the Development Services Department into the line departments because those costs are not development services in nature. Therefore, since they are not part of development services, we're not able to recover those costs through the development services
Then
fees.
why are they using firemen? They have credibility in going to the development group saying, oh, I want the best judgment up front, and I'll pay for it.
This is an issue that we're going to take up later, right?
Well,
The use of sworn people for this kind of stuff.
We're taking it up right here.
what I think we need to do is separate, let's get realistic. We got a $500 million budget here. And we're actually talking right now about relatively small amounts of money. And let's also remember, a budget is just a budget. It is just setting the appropriations, the authority to spend money. We make adjustments all during the course of the year of spending that money. And I think it would be very important for us to separate out trying to solved like this question right now, which I don't think we can do in the context of adopting the budget, but you can make it a directive to us, to pursue answering this question. And if we are able legally to be able to do it, how do we make the policy shift, and how do we report to the council later this year on where we are on implementing that? It may be that we can implement it during the course of the year. Suddenly our fees change, but we don't fix it right now. What you do ask is say, I'd like to make sure that we're maximizing all of the expenses related to development services to be put into the fees themselves. And this is an area of concern that you've said that you're concerned that we're not capturing it. Give us a directive to look at that.
That seems sensible to me.
The spirit of Prop 218 is to charge people for what they get. If a fireman is spending equivalent of 2 years in the development department, the people getting the benefit of, quote, the fireman, are the people in the Development Services Center, not the people in the general fund. So it seems to me the spirit of Prop 218 says we ought to allocate these costs and charges to who's benefiting. Okay, I can see, we can postpone this, have a more...
Well, can I just interrupt? I'm not saying we postpone, I think
He's
that
not
we can
postponing,
get
he's
the
asking for a directive to
We're
go.
just not going to convert it into a dollar figure for this budget.
Yeah, but my point is we are voting $600,000 into the general fund, or accepting that by our vote. And that's, that's a big step. That's 15% of the 4.9 million.
But if I look at the rest of Kaylee's column G, below the requirements and legal implementations, I come up with a number of $4.1 million now instead of 5,075. Is that?
She's running the numbers.
That's correct.
So
But
leaving it. Yes.
her number is balanced,
Yes.
saying, oh, it's got to be here or somewhere else. So the 680 is offset by 680. What I'm saying is the 680 should be a new revenue stream, which would be in addition to the 4.1.
But for practical purposes, you're talking about a transfer from an enterprise fund somewhere into the general fund of the 608.
It's just charging the people who are using
Correct. Okay.
the fee.
But overall, in the city's $500 million budget, the city will not make or lose more money depending on which bucket it's in 2017.
My point is that if we vote that transfer and the fees are increased, we are enhancing the revenue in 2017 by
But
up
it-
to $600,000.
But in practice, it will not happen until we change the fees, and we've already set the fees for this year. So it would have to be next year.
Have we voted the fees?
So let me just say one other thing on this is back to Gettysburg. So I think the strategy and the policy is great, right? Which is, let's be sure, I want to go back and make sure, and let's look at the fact that are we associating all of the cost with the fee schedule that we have? Oh, here's an area that you're thinking we're not doing it. So that's good. To try to convert that into some coefficient right now, a number that you would pass, one, you could make an error. Two, as we dove deeper, we could say, oh, never mind, the city attorney actually said it's more complicated than we thought. So I say in this case, you say the policy is, you have a policy recommendation you want us to follow up on, but you don't change the number in the budget now.
And just to follow up what Jim's saying, Development Services is currently undergoing a fee study, at which point we are planning on bringing back recommended fee changes once we have all the components of that study complete. So we will be revisiting in more detail both the valuation and non-valuation fees for Development Services, at which point we can probably get into further direction as to the policies, and you can see the assumptions behind that. That report is not ready yet, which is why we haven't brought anything forward for the Finance Committee's review, but it is imminent. So this topic will come up as part of that again. So perhaps if you do want to give policy direction, as Jim is suggesting, that we don't change the budget necessarily, but we bring this whole discussion of services and charges with that development fee study as well.
So if there's $4.1 million in general fund expenses remaining, right, notwithstanding moving $608,000 back and forth and whether we have a $608,000 revenue increase, right? But if those things add up, if the 5075 number is really 4099 now, okay, then it's not possible using these things to completely eliminate the 4.9 BSR transfer, and we wouldn't be able to anyway, because I think, we're not going to kill TrackWatch, for example, okay? So what that means is that if we went through an exercise to say, what would it take to cut the BSR drawdown to zero, that means we'll have to get money out of the capital funds, right? Some of which you've got here, and some of the projects in the parking lot have capital fund expenses as well, right? And that nominally adds up to 9281 less 5075. But what's the real number now? So
what I think is important to realize is this chart wasn't necessarily meant to portray the ins and outs compared to the manager's budget. These are the dollar values that were placed in the parking lot throughout the course of our Finance Committee hearings. So in terms of a change to the 17 proposed budget, increasing that would actually at this point increase that $5 million draw on the BSR, all that's on the table are the three items that you guys had added, which is about $900,000. Now, of course, additional HISRAP funding is not identified and a position reduction is not identified. The rest of these numbers, the $125,000 for FF&E, the $2 million budget uncertainty reserve, are all assumed in that $5 million draw. So to the extent we don't want to establish a $2 million budget stabilization or budget uncertainty reserve, then you could pull that proposal out and reduce that $5 million draw on the BSR by $2 million. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, it does. The one I was looking at was, as an example, was not the BSR, but actually the Municipal Service Center roof replacement,
Sure.
which is, if we were to postpone that to 2018, okay, then in principle, it saves a certain amount of money, which doesn't have to be transferred from the general fund. So
Correct.
and I suspect that amount of money is less than 1.9 million.
It is, and so what it would be is to the far right, the net change on the capital improvement fund, which is that $859,000.
Okay.
And so what's happening is that $1.9 million project is funded by $1.1 million in transfers from other funds for their fair contributions, and then the $859 is coming from the IR.
The IR, which I assume is fungible.
Right, and so if we decided not to do that, then you could reduce the cost as well as reduce your general fund transfer, and further than the 1.4, you would add the 859 to the current 1.4 reduction.
Got it. So does that also apply to the items above and below it? So if we want to look at how much, you'd add 942, 859, and 199, and that would be sort of what we've got as fungible capital transfers?
Correct, in the parking lot right now.
So in the exercise, what we do is take that sum, which is $2 million, roughly,
Correct.
add it to the 4099, and that's what we're sort of talking about is the whole parking lot scale?
Or another way to look at it, real simple, instead of drawing 4.9, 2.9 from the
2.9.
budgetary reserve.
Yes.
And you're going to be
Yes.
above your target of 18.5
Yes.
by
Right.
$1 million.
But we're going to add in projects.
Yes.
I mean, because we're not going to not do track watch, right?
So,
For example.
so actually, you know, I think it'd be good, I think you're going in the right direction.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead. I think we should less worry about getting all the numbers to balance than looking at the expense or whatever it is and saying, okay, yeah, we put it there, we wanted to talk about it, but we need to do the traffic lights, okay. All right, that's good. We want to keep this 1 point, et cetera. We go through all of these. Oh, yeah, this looks like a good idea on the capital stuff because that gets us $2 million. And we start to see where we are in the bottom line.
That makes a lot of sense to
Yeah.
me.
So I think, you know, it'd be good for us, you know, it sounds like you need to think about the top bucket first, but let's go to the funding source.
Yeah, okay, sorry.
I'm sorry?
Top bucket for the purposes of this meeting, notwithstanding Greg's issue.
Yeah.
Right, and the outcome relative to policy or something like, top bucket is sort of set aside for a while.
It sounded like you wanted to do that, so I was.
Well, when you say set aside, I'm hearing you say you think you're going to okay these as listed. Okay.
Sorry.
On the funding source,
Set aside here, right, but yes, that's right.
I think the options that you have on the project safety net, as to take your words, you feel that you need to do it as a committee. So if the only other option you have is to use Stanford funds, right?
Right, but that defeats the purpose anyway of, I mean, the purpose here is what do we have to do what would it take? The end in mind is, what would it take not to spend more money than we're taking in, right? So pulling it out of the Stanford funds doesn't really achieve that.
Well, it gives you 824,000 less of a draw. So you're going to draw 4.1 instead of 4.9 if you were to do that.
So let me go back. I really think we should focus on trying to put the things back, and then we start to problem solve how we,
Right.
you know, how we pay for it. So you're going to have to put the 824 back in.
We know.
Okay.
So at this point, does it make sense to sort of go through the list and
Yes.
say, and this is, Corey has a question here, because this was, yeah.
Yeah, so I was suggesting earlier that we, I actually first responded to the conversation that's just happened. I do think that we should move forward. I do think there is also a question about whether we want to say, you know, here's our budget goal, and let's play with everything until we get there. Another option is to say, you know, there are certain things we need to fund. And there are other things that we'd also like to fund, but maybe we can't do it this year. And let's figure out how to fund them. And, you know, so again, going back to prioritization, you know, we could go through the second, third, and fourth sections. So the funding source, potential one-year deferral, and policy, service levels, and project priorities, those, you know, second, third, and fourth buckets. We could go through them one at a time, kind of tentatively, or we could go through them all at once. But I do think that an opening round of quick comments from each of us, just so we can all hear where we're coming from, just laying out, you know, here are our red lines, basically, or, you know, just as, because we might end up finding that we disagree and we're going to have to negotiate, or we might all turn out to be on the same page about what our top priorities are. But whether we do them, each bucket separately or all together, I really think that would be a smart way to start those conversations.
I think we're going to end up at the same, there aren't that many of these things. I think we're going to end up in the same place. So I think it's.
Probably.
I could be like totally wrong. I think this is going to be straightforward, right? Councilmember Holman.
Yeah, that's kind of where I was, and when we've sort of discussed the first, you know, requirements and legal compliance, we've sort of almost discussed those. But in terms of goals, if that's where we are now, what are our objectives?
Actually, what do you want to talk about? Actually, I think.
Well, at some point, we should each
at this
lay out
point,
what our objectives are.
Yeah, at this point, okay. I was going to say, at this point, maybe it makes sense to go through them and see where we are, and then sort of, you know, back and forth a little bit and see if we converge, right? Right.
You mean in terms of goals or in terms of each of these items? Seems like we need to first lay
In
out
terms
our
of each
goals.
of the, okay, so, Councilmember Holman, what are your goals? I already said mine, so what are yours?
So, so I'm pretty conservative when it comes to, I mean, we all have our areas, but pretty conservative. So I look at this as like, okay, we're in a higher revenue than expected year, and we're looking at drawing down our budget stabilization reserves. If what we keep hearing little inklings of, if there's a downturn coming, I mean, shouldn't we kind of be more conservative to allow for that? Plus, we have a couple of things that aren't accounted for in here that I've mentioned earlier. So for me, and I don't know where Councilmember Schmidt came up with 60%, but for me, it's like I'd like to strive to not transfer funds from the Budget Stabilization Reserve, BSR. At least get close to not transferring any. Again, I'd like to know where Councilmember Schmidt came in with 60%. For me, in terms of values, it's like, well, everything that we do should be a value to the community and for the community and by the city. So for me, it's not line for line, but I think there are some things that could be put off, which doesn't mean they go away necessarily, but things do change. So I think there are some things that could be put off. I think funding the TMA is, you know, important, but also we have some structural issues with the TMA at this point in time. And it's not here, but it's part of our transportation funding.
You already broke the rule. We said we were going to only do things on the lot.
I thought we said that if there's something affected something else, that we could go there.
I think the city manager's right.
Well, okay. I didn't remember that I signed on to that, so.
I mean, we could stay with this, and then at the end, if then you wanted to do it, then you start going shopping again. Do you know what I mean? But just trying to think of a methodology that will get you through it is the concern.
Right. Okay. Vehicle replacement, I think there's some areas like that they aren't critical to all happen in this next year. And it's $8 million. And although some of it's funded by different forces. So there are some things that I think are fungible, let's say. I'm also interested from a procedural standpoint. It sounds like we're going to get a lot of feedback from staff post this meeting. And I'm wondering if there's any opportunity for finance to convene again to at least review what staff's going to come back with, because otherwise it just seems like we're going to be going to the council with a lot of information that hasn't been vetted. From priority standpoints, I mean, no surprise, two of mine are funding for the tree pruning. I think going to 15 years is, talk about not sustainable. That doesn't work. And then going to his rep funding, if we can't do better than we were in 2002, I mean, our funding is essentially flat from 2002. If you just draw a line from 2002 to 2017, it's basically where it should be is, I just did a modest 2.5% increment each year. That's modest. It goes from 450 in 2002 to it should be at 651 this year, just with a 2.5% increase each year. So I don't know that we can get all the way there in this year. Maybe it's a 2-year plan, but I think it's woefully inadequate, if not embarrassing, that we have 2002 levels. For the planning position, I was the one that brought that up. At the same time, I don't remember, maybe I don't remember this correctly. I don't remember, this is on page 7 of the staff report that we got over the weekend, or this Thursday night. I don't remember the possibility of additional spending related to transportation demand management. I don't remember that being a part of this contingency. I'd suggested maybe 200,000, what's come back as 500,000. I'd need to see more information about what a position might look like or what the consultant's jobs would be for me to be really comfortable with that. As supportive as I am, I need more information. So that's kind of a high level, hopefully. blush.
Why not? So Councilmember Wolbach.
All right, so I guess, so if we're going ahead and doing this, you know,
Then we're
throwing out
gonna
our
do it line-
top
Then we're going to
priorities.
do it line by line, but okay, go ahead.
Yeah, well, I'm just going to throw out, you know, top priorities for me. I think you already mentioned, it sounds like we're probably going to end up funding Track Watch.
Can I make a suggestion here? Which is, I mean, let's not reverse engineer this and say, well, you know, I know we're going to do Track Watch, so I'm going to put in, you know, RPPs instead, right? I mean, if you think RPPs are, if you think Track Watch is more than RPPs, then let's say Track Watch.
Okay. Well, I'm just going to let you know where I'm coming from, just to start this off, just so you have the benefit of my starting views. So I'm basically just saying I agree with what you said before, that I also support Track Watch. I think we're going to fund it. I think that's important. I think that the sustainability contingency is, you know, is part of the staff recommendation. It was part of the proposed budget, and I think we should return it into the budget. I think that the HISRAP funding, if I remember correctly, we got the feedback that this is part of a 2-year cycle, and we're in the second year right now, right? The 2017 is the second year. So it starts on even year fiscal years, correct?
Correct.
So I am with Councilmember Holman that HISRAP is extremely important, and I think that where we are in our funding is not adequate for how important that is for our community. I fully agree with that. This is one area where I would be willing to sacrifice for this year and say that because there are other, you know, we're trying to make things work. This is one area that, as much as it's very important to me, I'd be willing to say, let's set a policy direction that we want to increase that in the next cycle, but that recognizing it's a 2-year cycle. So rather than interrupting the current cycle, let's give staff the direction that that's going to be a policy direction, so that when we come to the 2018 fiscal year and the beginning of our next 2-year cycle, staff is well prepared for a substantial increase in HISRAP funding. So I'd say let's go bigger on HISRAP, but let's wait a year to do it. That's a position I'd be willing to take now. Again, for me, that's a sacrifice because I really care about it too. But I think that the sustainability and also actually the planning and transportation contingency, I think is worth including. I think that the point of having it as a contingency is that we don't do as the city manager was suggesting, we don't get into the tactical level direction. That would no longer really be a contingency, it would be creating a position. I think it's important to give the planning and community environment department the flexibility that comes with a contingency. So I am very supportive of that, just as I'm supportive of the sustainability contingency, maybe even more. I think that the funding for RPPs is very important. On tree trimming, this is another one where I'd be willing to sacrifice and say, let's go with the more affordable option. If we have to make cuts somewhere, that's one that, as important as our trees are, and that's something that's going to be on council agenda later today, I'd be willing to sacrifice on that. So again, my top priorities are, especially from this third bucket, are the 2 contingencies and the RPP funding. So basically sustainability planning and planning specific to RPP.
Why not? Councilmember Schmidt.
I would like to see some of the planning contingency money in there. I would like to see a modest increase in HISRAP. I would like to see some tree money that's consistent with the canopy discussion we will have later. Getting money out. I see the development services realignment as a possibility. I think a modest decrease in the budget uncertainty reserve is reasonable. I think the planning contingency numbers could be a little lower. And I could see some savings in delaying the municipal services. Also would see some benefit in the city manager coming up with a position, maybe unfilled positions, could be helpful.
So for me, the ones that seem most obvious is, I think, track watch. I think we have to do that. And on the other end of the spectrum, restoring the 1.0 position in the general fund as advised by the city manager comes out sort of fairly low. I actually would put the tree trimming services fairly high. And I would postpone the municipal services projects a year. Both of them, actually. So, I got something. So first of all,
Could I ask a process question?
Yeah.
Have we made a decision on the first requirement, legal compliance group? And do you want to have a vote on each one of these as we go through? How do you want to proceed?
Yeah, and could I make a suggestion? I think that you could take some votes, and we could get down to the bottom line, and you then may want to go back and reconsider something, because what will happen, I mean, what you're trying to do is you're trying to, I think for the most part, what you're trying to do is you're trying to add some funding to the city manager's proposed budget, and you're trying to reduce the transfer from the BSR. And I would almost say the easier way to think about it would be, what if you did just approve everything that is here just for discussion? You either put it back in, or you add it in the transportation contingency, the RPPs, the tree trimming, plus the offsetting savings from these deferrals on these capital projects. Let me just give you a quick look at what this does, okay? And I'm not saying you then have to do all of them, but it puts it in if you put everything back in, plus you added the things that you have added, what you essentially are doing is adding $900,000 to the city manager's proposed budget. That's the planning 500, the 230, and the 170. So you add that, so you are now drawing on the BSR, you're adding $900,000 to that just for discussion, so you're at $5.8 million if you put all those back in. I'm not saying you have to do it through the BSR, but that's just what it would do. If you do this recommendation on the downtown parking wayfinding, you can do that, but it has no impact on the general fund. That's all outside money. So that's a different policy issue. So it doesn't save you any money. Then if you do the potential one-year deferral on these capital projects, that saves you $2 million. So we deduct that $2 million from the $5.8 million, and we are now at $3.8 million draw on the BSR, with everything put back in, including the additional things that you want to spend. Then you say, I want you to cut one position. That's to be determined. If I cut a position, that's a cost saving. So whatever I'll just make up the number, $200,000, $250,000, whatever it is. We deduct that from the $3.8 million. That's another savings. So we've reduced the BSR draw just down to, say, 3.6, I'll just say for discussion, $1 million. And if you want to spend some more on his wrap, you would add again to that 3.6 million. So the point here is to say, all right, even under this situation, we're at about a $3.6 million draw on the BSR. If you want to have no draw on the BSR, then it starts to say, how do we get that $3.6 million? We either don't spend some of the new money we want to spend, let's say you say, I don't want to do the tree trimming, and it saves 170. Or in the end, and this is the wild card, you guys, the trump card, you guys, I'll stick with wild. Actually, they're quite similar. Wild card, trump card, very similar, the same. Now, new meanings. You can say, city manager, when we get to the bottom line, this is what we want to, we don't want to use, we don't want $3.6 million worth of BSR at all, just as a discussion. So we would have to come back and tell you, okay, here's how we could achieve that. And that gets to Councilmember Holman's part, whether or not you need a final meeting that just before we go to the council to say, here are the implications. So I think this is really eminently doable if you start thinking, and then you can negotiate it. Somebody may say, well, I don't want to give planning $500,000. I want to, however you want to do that, we could talk about that.
Councilmember Wolbeck.
Yeah, actually, just a quick question. When we're talking about the overall goals, I mean, my goal, frankly, is to keep the BSR between 15 and 20%, right? I think that that's reasonable, so let's stick with that. What would the numbers be for the drawdown from the BSR at, for what are our bookends, right, to have it between 15 and 20%? I don't know if you have those or if we could crunch them
We can crunch them and get them.
And just get back to us when you have them. Because for me, that would be, as long as it's within that range, that's our policy. I think it's a sound policy, and if it's in that range, I'm comfortable. Councilmember
Holman.
Yes, two things. One is, just to reiterate here, the 500,000, I don't know if that's the right number for planning, community, environment. But in the same way that the sustainability director described more what the contingency funds are going to be used for, I would really like to have that from the planning director as well, to have clarity on what kinds of quote-unquote services would be provided with that money. Again, I'd suggested 200,000, we're at 500,000 here, so I want to know, again, more detail. I just repeating myself, I think it's really important. As far as the tree trimming, by the way, track watch, I didn't say that was a priority because I thought it was kind of a given, right. But absolutely. Maybe one or two other things. So tree trimming contracts, the 170 is to go from a 15-year cycle to a 10-year cycle. We're on a 7-year cycle currently. The difference between a 15-year cycle, which I can't even imagine going there, between the 15-year cycle that's in the budget now and the 7-year cycle is $486,000. So I think it's just kind of ironic that we're a tree city and that we have before us tonight at the council the Urban Forest Master Plan, and we are slashing from 7 years to 15 years our trimming cycle. So that's my argument for that. As to, well, I can't find it fast enough. His rep, yes, agree it's on a 2-year cycle, but there are also organizations that ask for more than they got. Our social services organizations struggle in this community, and I'll stop there.
So based on this, so far, let me see if I can try a quick recap, right? So I think what we heard from everybody here was, here's some things that I think are just really important and shouldn't slip, right? And here's some other things that, if push comes to shove, could actually slip, right? And then there's a bunch of stuff that must be in the middle because we didn't talk about it, right? Okay? So if we said, suppose I tried to summarize what buckets I heard those fall into, right? So in the A1, right, group, I think everybody sort of said track watch we got to do, right? And what else did we say? I was about to say his rep, but actually there was not a, but Corey said increase it but postpone it to 2018, right?
Yeah, I'd say go bigger, but wait a year.
So,
What do you?
so if I could chime in here. Yeah. So the requested funding for this year
right.
was $542,601. So we were short $106,000 in funding request this year.
So you're talking about a $106,000 increment to his rep?
If we just matched what the requests were this year,
Right,
yes.
right. So if we said, let's see, if we said his rep at 125K, right? Then maybe that ends up in the middle bucket, right? Because there's not complete consensus on it. Okay, for the moment. What about RPPP? I think you had that and I had that, right? I mean, this council sort of directed us to do it, right? Right? What do you guys think about that one?
I guess my suggestion would be there's $730,000 in RPP and contingency funding for the
Right.
planning department. What about,
Merging those?
yeah, merging those and reducing it to 530?
He's saying reduce planning contingency from 500 to 300 and put the difference in the RPPP.
No,
No, I heard him combine all of them
Yeah.
and just make it a contingency of 530,000 to cover RPP and all
No.
the other stuff.
I would not support that.
Okay, the reason I would be pushing for that is this clearly is the impact of development and development fees or business charges or community business some way should be participating more actively in the funding of this. So I see it not as reducing the need, but getting some fair share payment from the business community who is benefiting from it.
And just to add to you guys, there's on page 8 of the
See, Mark?
memo for today,
Yep.
there's actually a recommendation from staff on how to fund the 230 RPP funding for fiscal year 17.
Where is that?
On page 8
Of what?
of the CMR for today, CMR 7018, I think.
So it's packet page 10.
I don't see it on page 8.
Yeah, it's the BSR.
It's at the top of it.
Just 2 pages after.
So the actual text is on page 7 at the very bottom, and then at the very top of page 8 are rather funding recommendations. So now, granted, there are not funding recommendations for the full 230. There would still be a recommended reduction to the BSR of 85,000, but staff does recommend that we pull back on the $75,000 proposal for long-range planning, as well as use $70,000 from the current year's contingency for transportation to help offset that addition. So realistically, you guys wouldn't need to find, if you accept staff's recommendation, you wouldn't need to find a full 230,000. We've already identified 145,000 for you.
Okay. So then it's,
So we've identified 145,000, which means that there would just be 85,000 as a
$85,000.
delta, correct?
okay.
Sorry, where'd that 145 come from?
So staff recommends that we actually pull back one of the proposals in the planning department, $75,000 for a retail study for Cal Ave,
Right.
as well as there's $70,000 remaining in the fiscal year 16 transportation contingency that we recommend we use as well. So between the remaining transportation contingency money and pulling back on the Cal Ave proposal, that's about 145,000.
Now, wait a second here, okay? I mean, these are small numbers, so it may not be worth quibbling over them, okay? But if we don't use the remaining $70,000 in the transportation contingency reserve, doesn't it just go into the BSR for 2017? So we're still talking about a BSR drawdown.
Could be, yeah. Or we can reappropriate it for another purpose, but yeah.
Right.
Yeah, and I think a more general point is the participation of the business community in the things that are benefiting them. And that might be a bigger question, but we should be thinking seriously.
So that's,
Well, I
Yeah.
just want to separate the policy
oh, yeah, I was
issue
gonna say, I see
from
the policy
budget.
word coming, right? Sorry, go ahead.
So, Joe, as an example, the council has already said let's do these RPP districts just for discussion, and let's be sure we have the money to do that. And then we have a policy question of saying, yeah, but let's get these other guys to pay for it.
Yeah.
Good issue. Now, the question is, we want to go back to the council and say, well, we're not going to do these districts until we do the policy, get the policy funding, and even build up the cash flow from the policy funding to be able to do it. We will not be doing these RPP things when you all are going to want to do it. So let me say this again. A budget is an appropriation. It is the authority to spend money. There's nothing that precludes you from giving us the authority to spend money. We have to show that we have a funding source for it. But during the course of the year, if we develop a fee structure as a follow-up, that is a fee structure that starts to flow in and pay back this expense that you made. If you want to tie them together now, then you have to deal with the consequence that we can't do the work.
Yeah, I guess the only footnote I would put on that is we are trying to get a sustainable budget, and creating expenditure patterns makes it much easier in next year's budget to say, oh, let's continue what we have been doing.
So we agree. I would say we would put that as a follow-up policy issue in the same way we did on the, what was the other item earlier, where we said the non-sworn positions.
Yeah.
We need to fix that. And this is why I also come back to my opening comments, that this is a triage budget. We have big issues to face for fiscal year 18, and we start working on that. And so some of what you're starting to do is give us some directives for how we fix those things for the long term. And we come back, as Lalo said, to this committee by the fall to start talking through what those things are. And we're asking you to still say, give us the appropriation authority now, and we'll start to talk about it. If you don't want to do that, that's fine.
It's a triage budget, but it's a triage budget in which tax revenues have increased by 8.7%. So if that's triage, what are we going to face next year where we have a more normal revenue gain?
Right, well, that's, the demand side has grown faster than the supply side.
And
Process question.
yeah,
The city manager mentioned that we had approved a statement earlier and we would add this to it. Do we need a motion on that, or how do we get an official?
why don't we collect them all as we go through this and make a motion on it at the end?
Okay, so there's two.
Figure out how to put it up here, but Suzanne has been,
And I,
can you guys read
know,
on your screens or not?
Yeah.
I'll just repeat what I've been noting as you've gone. One item that came up earlier is funding options for street light and traffic signal costs, which were transferred to the general fund from previous utility bills. Review sworn staffing to identify functions that could be performed by non-sworn positions that could result in cost savings or enhanced services.
Or increased revenue.
Yeah,
Or an increased revenue.
Yeah.
Identify options for increasing his RAP funding in 2018. I just noted this as you were talking about TrackWatch. Identify options to enhance program effectiveness and potentially reduce costs. That kind of came up under Corey talking about the importance of TrackWatch funding.
In this case, you would add this issue as it relates to follow-up on capturing all costs more costs for parking and traffic impacts from the generators of the problem in the form of the business community.
Okay, let's go back to
So
this
can I-
list. Let's go back. I want to
Well,
close on the
can I do a follow-up to Greg?
close on the RPP thing, right? Which is, I think both of you, I think I lean toward the city manager, which I think both points are valid, but they're kind of orthogonal, right? Okay. But on the RPPP thing, right? I think we've committed that, right? So I don't see how we don't do that, right? I think it's got to go in the got to do bucket. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I think we have to do it too. I was trying to follow up on what Councilmember Schmidt said, which was merging the
I think they're separate issues.
planning community. That's what threw me there and why I said, no, I wouldn't do that. So you were talking about merging the planning committee environment
Just-
position and
Just the
RPP?
amounts of money, yeah.
I think they're
They need to be
different
kept
priorities.
separate.
I think they're different priorities.
Yeah, they are. Okay, that's what I need to get clarified.
Functionally, they go to the same place, but I think they're different priorities. So let me try this from the bottom. What came out at the bottom of everybody's list?
You mean don't do it?
Yeah, that's to put it off. What about the MSC projects? I think you had those too. Is there anybody that thinks the MSC project shouldn't be sort of lower down? Go ahead.
This is, kicking the can down the road. And again, we had tax revenue increases of 8.7% this year, and yet we're saying, oh, let's pay for that next year. It's not that it's not needed. Maybe it's not needed immediately. I guess my suggestion is there a way of delaying half the expenditure rather than the full $2 million? I guess there's also a question of is the saving 942 or is it 576? I thought in an earlier note, the general fund portion was 576.
Yeah,
I think there might be a typo in this table too.
So there's two concepts that have been discussed at the committee hearings. It was one, the entire project is a $1.4 million project, but what you actually got put in a motion was to defer the construction components. And so that's what you're seeing in the table in the actual memo itself. So one of the decision points would be, do you postpone the entire project, design and construction, or do you only delay the construction component and have the design component move forward? That's the difference in the numbers you're seeing.
So the 576 would be the design.
The 576 is the construction.
Okay.
We're not seeing 576, I'm sorry. We're looking at this chart on page 6?
No, that was previous.
So on page 9, there's a full project of 1.4 million, and that is both design and construction. The construction component of that $1.4 million project is 1.1 million. And so what we did, because in the capital CIP, it's all lumped together in that 1.4, we delineated out in case you so chose to differentiate between design and construction phases. That table is outlining your construction dollars.
So could I ask a question about the second one there, the roof replacement too, is the number on the lighting and electrical improvements in the totals is exactly the same number as the number above, and that's got to be an error, isn't it?
It's an error, and in the At Places memo today, we revised the chart.
Oh, I didn't see an At Places memo that covered this. We
It's
got
on
a
page-
big packet of...
Yeah,
so-
but it's on page 2 of the memo for today.
Okay, so what's that number supposed to be on the
It
second?
should be 1.9.
1.9 as it says before, okay.
So can I help you guys out? So I don't even think we should do these projects as the cuts. I've just been going along with it because I know you need at least $2 million. That's what these do. And when we get to the end, it may be more. You may say, we need more than 2 million. We need 3 million, 4 million, 5 million, just as a discussion. Whatever you settle on, you should direct me to get with the experts on our staff on the capital budget and make, at a minimum, the one-year deferral recommendations that we would say would be the best ones to make. I mean, and I just, honestly, I asked Brad right now, I said, really, if you had to make $2 million, is this the thing in the budget you would do? He said, no, I'd want us to look more carefully at what we have in the whole capital budget. So that's what we should do. But I think it's worthwhile because there's enough interest in this that you go, well, this starts to yield $2 million towards what you want to achieve with the BSR. And at the end of the day, as I said, if you end up saying, well, we want $5 million, then we can tell you what the implications are of that. I'm still in the triage mode because we're acknowledging that for 18, we're going to have to really look at the systematic aspect of this when we have more time where we can really dive deep on the trade-offs. So if you would just, we can go along with this, but let's not get hung up on the projects or the numbers, because at the end, and it very well may be, we would say, just throw this out, Lalo suggested it, you have a finance committee meeting on the 7th, we could do a check-in back with the finance committee on more detail on this. And even when we present it to the council, we could then provide that detail. Do you know what I mean? You could make your general recommendations, but so that they would know what did it cost us to offset the BSR to whatever level. We could say, well, here's the App Places memo, or the thing after your meeting on the 7th. We could get to the council almost a week in advance.
So I understand, and I think I understand. So what you're basically saying is that, look, I mean, at some level, what we're really talking about here is a placeholder. It's go back and figure out what can be postponed to free up. I mean, we have MSC written down, but it could be potentially anything. What you're really talking about is management judgment on how to defer some capital investments.
Right.
Okay.
And what I would say right now, the useful thing now is that this $2 million thing is tangible, and you can kind of look at it and say, well, I understand what the implications of that are, sort of. The other, let's say, 1, 2, 3, 4 million you may want, you don't know what those things are yet. So we could come back and you go, oh gosh, I don't like that, even though that's what you direct us to do.
So,
Correction on the number. On the table, we have the two numbers, 859 and 942.
Where is that?
On the table in front of us.
Oh, yeah, on the right-hand side.
But if you go to page 11, the general fund infrastructure reserve is 859 and 576. And aren't we interested in the CIP infrastructure reserve?
I'll reiterate what Jim said. I think what's more important here is the goal of how much you guys wish to pull down from your fiscal year 17 capital budget. The nitty-gritty, if you really want to get into it, is the difference between design and the full project costs. But to Jim's point, we don't even know that these would be the projects that we would recommend deferral of. We would rather seek your guys' guidance on a value.
Yeah, I just want to clarify, though, that the infrastructure savings for the general fund would be 1.4, not 2 million.
It would depend on what components of the project you chose to defer.
so let me see if I can do a quick summary here first. So the really obvious ones, okay, and the really obvious got-to-do ones, we got track watch and RPP fundings. And then sort of the ones, maybe they can be postponed till is sort of MSC projects or other capital expenditure deferrals for $1.5 million, $2 million, something like that. Maybe there's a couple others in here that are easy, okay? Ramos Park improvements. Anybody think that's like super critical or postponable for a year?
Well, I did ask when this came to us, I did ask if there was anybody complaining about issues at the park, and the response was no, so.
And if the implication there is that's one that could potentially be deferred by a year, I would agree with that. I would concur that Ramos is one that could be deferred again. Just for the record, not enthusiastic about any of these deferrals, but if we have to make choices, we have to make choices.
And, okay. Let's see, what else is easy for, what is it? Tree trimming, where do we, sorry, that's in the middle somewhere.
I would put tree trimming at very, very high, because it's not only what I said earlier, but it's also a safety issue. I mean, maintaining our trees is a safety issue.
You were the dissenting vote on tree trimming.
So I think this was actually one that was discussed when I wasn't here, and I'm sorry I didn't have a chance to go and watch the video of the meeting, but I guess maybe somebody could sell me on it quickly, but my sense was we could save some money, and if staff thought it was acceptable to reduce to have a longer cycle, then I was comfortable with having
So
a
our
longer
urban
cycle. I was
forester-
deferring to staff expertise.
Okay, so our urban forester, Walter, was here. Maybe he'd like to speak again, but he said, in response to some questions like, what's recommended and what should we be doing? It was, and you'll correct me, Walter, if I misstate anything, between 5 and 10 years is what's recommended. So understanding that to be kind of the industry standard. We are currently on a 7-year cycle. The proposal is to go to a 15-year cycle, which is, well, you can do the math. Again, what I said earlier is like we're a tree city. We have the urban forest master plan coming before us tonight. We've had safety issues that come up before about falling limbs, that sort of thing. I'll just repeat something I said when this was here before is like I have a lot of trees on my place, and they don't wait 15 years. There's no way in the world they do. And then what our current cycle is every 7 years. So we're going from 7 to 15. We're like doubling the timeline. So I just find it remarkable we would do that. And the sustainability goals that the city has and all the environmental benefits that trees provide. And we lost 400 trees last year just due to the drought. I can't see how we wouldn't take care of and protect the trees that we have. Is that okay, Walter?
Also, I just pulled out the staff memo on this. It looks like that would save us about $500,000 per year, right? So it's not a... Right. And so what was where does everyone want to go? Does everyone want to go to 10 or keep it at 7 or go to 15?
My
Sounds like
preference
nobody wants to go to 15.
my preference would keep it at 7, especially since we're facing drought times. And 10 would be minimum, but for me, I'd like to go to 7 because that's where we are now, and the recommended standard is between 5 and 10.
I guess I'd be okay with going with 10 then.
Okay.
Split the difference.
So tree trimming. Let me do one other quick one, and then there's a couple of complicated ones. Exercise equipment for fire stations. This year, next year, in between.
It's not just exercise equipment, it's equipment.
I think it was furniture fixtures. I'm next year.
Is there anyone from staff who wants to weigh in on the fire department equipment recommendations? I don't know if anyone was familiar enough with it, but my understanding was that it was to replace some outdated equipment.
Let us have somebody come down. They're all on standby.
Okay, I mean, my inclination was, having toured, a couple of facilities in just in the last year, I was leaning towards being supportive of that, but I'd be happy to hear from staff about the details before confirming.
Yep. You want to talk about his rep?
Regarding his rep, so to bring it up to what it should be for this year, it should be $200,000 more, which would take it to $651. What's been allocated is basically $450. So, well, not even $450, it's $436. So if you look at then what was requested versus what has been allocated, we need to add $106,000. That brings us to basic 542, which is essentially 2010 funding levels if you just do a 2.5% increase each year on the 450 of where we were in 2002, if that makes sense. So if we add 106 this year to just, even though we're in the middle of a cycle, if we had 106 this year, we could satisfy the requests that were made, and we could look to next year to getting back onto an equitable program. So next year would be 667 if we just did the 2.5%.
Would you prioritize above tree trimming?
They're on equal basis with me. They're both critical.
That's not what I asked.
I know it's not what you asked. I guess I would have to put tree trimming slightly higher, but since they're settled for the requests were made for good reason. So they're pretty close.
Yeah, well, yeah, I think I would, well, especially if we're looking at the possibility, just judging by, the consensus I heard here, it sounds like we're probably going to go to the 10-year for trees rather than 15, but also rather than 7. And if the HISRAP, if we're only talking about 106,000, I guess the question is, could we still disperse that in the coming year? Is it still possible to disperse that to those who put in the requests?
Yeah, nonprofits are going to turn down many.
I just want to make sure that we have the procedural
Yeah.
opportunity to do that on our end.
So I've been communicating with Rob on the issue to give him a heads up that you're discussing it, and he just sent us an email that it would be challenging because it's a 16-month-old process already. We did it through a request for proposals, and proposals were submitted, from that time. So he feels that, HRC and the staff did the thorough review, that they would have to now reopen that program and go through that assessment again. So it would just create the process all over again in the second year, which it's not, ideal for the staff. And he's also reminding the committee that you freed up the $50,000 that was reserved before to be used. So he has some amount of money that he could utilize if somebody comes in saying, hey, I have an unanticipated need that needs funding. He has the ability to fund it.
I think that kind of confirms my position, which is we should go maybe very high in going bigger next year with this, but I do think that just procedurally it makes sense to wait until next year. But then I'll definitely be with you, Councilmember Holman, on that.
I'm sorry. Did we, I know the suggestion was, or recommendation was from Rob DeGoose, was that we free up the $50,000 for emerging needs, but I know there's a recommendation. I don't remember that we voted on that.
Well, it would have been through the, I remember the conversation, that that was our recommendation. So if you tentatively approved everything else, it would be part of that, but we can reemphasize it to clarify it today.
So in the judgment, if I understand that right, Rob's saying that he couldn't necessarily spend all that money this year. And so in that case, his wrap goes down to the next bucket. But where's when we hit the policy thing, right? When the policy recommendations were saying that put it back in 2018?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So when we're saying, just to clarify, so we're putting it into 2018, we're taking it 2018 to the $667,000, because that would bring them up to parity with just a 2.5% increase each year.
Potentially.
Comment?
The point has been made about, there is a 50,000 contingency funding, but there's also a separate funding for homelessness in the county. So there are at least 3 different arenas where we are putting money in, and we have been very hesitant to put money in. We're talking about a year now where tax revenues increased by 8.7%. And it seems to me there should be some way of getting to the most disadvantaged people in our community in an effective way that can be useful. Now, maybe it's not just accepting the budget requests that were put in last year, but it seems to me in fiscal year 2017, which is still 2 or 3 months off, there should be a way where we can effectively use extra money for either the homeless program or a contingency or through the HISRAP grantees. And this is the only item in the budget where we have a chance of expressing that. So I guess I would be in favor of trying to maintain, if not 106, at least 75 funding that can be utilized.
So if I can just
Councilmember Holman.
say one thing. So when the $50,000, it was called a rainy day fund when it was initiated a couple of years ago. We didn't add to it last year. Understand Rob DeGoose's request that it be, more of a contingency that could be used for emerging issues. But the initial reason for it being established was because there would be years when we would have a down budget cycle, and we didn't want to impact the HISRAP allocations. So to use that up for emerging needs, not to say we shouldn't, but just to be mindful that that means when we have a downturn in the economy, it's what's happened, and that's why we're tracking so low from where we should be.
Well, here's the opportunity to get an item in the budget, which would come back next year as a funded item. Makes it much easier for next year's budget to look at.
If you put it in now, they'll spend it, it's still here next year, right?
Yeah.
Would it roll over? If it wasn't spent this year, would it roll over?
We keep the appropriation essentially static year to year, but it doesn't build up, you don't build on itself, and then therefore, if you don't spend 50,000, you have 100,000 the next year, and if you don't spend that, it's 150,000, right? Correct. So in other words, if we don't actually spend it, we just reappropriate the amount itself, but we don't carry the dollars over.
Well, maybe it would be easier to put in 106 this year, and then next year put in the remainder of what would need to bring us up to quote-unquote parity.
Yeah, but I guess not as a contingency fund, but as a funding with the intention of increasing the size of our programs that help the disadvantaged.
So, go ahead.
So, I mean, you sort of have to ask yourself, what has changed this year from last year when you set the policy in place to say, let's have a 2-year cycle where we award funding? One of the issues that you have, and I think this is what Rob is really speaking to, is that you have way more demand than the amount of money that you have, and so you're trying to respond to that. Mm-hmm. But you also have way more demand, so the process for allocating the money, it has to be involved, thoughtful, fair. So just putting more money in it could be very complicated in some way. That's very different than even just saying, we want more money for homeless services. That would be easier if you just said, let's have a homeless services contingency account to put in there. If we put it in his wrap, it needs to be available to, who's it available to? Only the folks who applied last time? Or is it available to anybody who wants to apply? So we're going to run a whole process. This is what Rob was trying to say. And it's actually an involved process to do it in a thoughtful way. Is it that critical to do it right now, is what he's saying, versus go bigger from a policy perspective next year when you can really have a thoughtful thing versus all of a sudden just making up numbers, 106,000, do it here. Why not 500,000?
I guess the tactical issue of how to best spend it is up to the city staff, clearly. But we are in a year where our tax revenue increased by virtually $10 million. And to get 100,000 of that into the program that helps those who are most in need seems to me a modest goal.
So if I could just chime on to that, it's not a number out of the blue. It's the 106,000 is the difference between what was requested and what was allocated. So it's not a blue sky number. It's a number that's grounded in fact. And I don't recall exactly how this works with the HRC, although I did have 2 or 3 HRC members come to me and say they were really glad that we were looking at this issue. But I think they allocate percentages, so I don't know why it would really interrupt the process.
I want to close this one, right? So I think at this point, if we can't consensus, then we should probably thumbs up, thumbs down. And I don't think we need motions and stuff like that. But it either goes in the middle bucket or the postpone a year bucket, right? You want it in the middle bucket. You want it in the middle bucket?
Higher bucket.
You want it in the top bucket, right? You want it in you think it makes more sense to go?
I think that the staff feedback confirmed my suspicion, which is that procedurally, it's going to be very difficult to even use it this year.
Right.
That we have a very thoughtful, involved process. I see we actually have a member of the HRC here right now, but there's definitely a process for allocating these funds. And I think that I want to look at really substantially increasing it next year, but I think procedurally it's not the right move for staff to do it this year.
I have a hard time, given the procedural issues involved, I have a hard time prioritizing it above things like the PCE contingency, right? And especially tree trimming and RPP funding. Okay. So I'll put it back in. For me, I'd be in the middle or I'd be in the middle or the defer a year.
How about 50?
If I might also just add, again,
Let's put 100 in the middle.
Yeah, and again, for me, this is one where I'm saying, we're really trying to prioritize here this year. This is something I care an awful lot about.
I know you do. I know you do, right?
So, Mr. Chair? Right. So it's after 1, and I'm just wondering if we could do the requirements and legal compliance one and dispatch that and then take a break?
Actually, what I was going to suggest was, okay, if we can close off on this one. Okay, what I was going to suggest was we have the gentleman from the fire department are here, right? And so I think we should hear them since they've come down here. And then we actually have 2 other items, right? And, you know, that we haven't talked about yet. And I don't know if we can get to those 2 as well, but that would seem like a natural stopping point after that. But why don't we hear from the fire department? Welcome, Chief Nickel.
Good afternoon, Chair Filseth, council members, Eric Nickel, I'm the fire chief. So specifically on the request for the exercise equipment, it is only for exercise equipment. It is not furniture, it is not bedding, it is only for exercise equipment. The approach that we've taken this year is a very similar approach that we take to serving the community, and we're trying to prevent the emergencies from occurring. We're trying to prevent the injuries from occurring with our employees. Last year alone, total workers' comp cases just for the fire department was $791,000. Now that covers cases that occurred before 15, but the point of this is workers' comp is very expensive. And it's very expensive for fire because of the lost time as well as the injuries. We are trying to prevent 1 or 2 of these injuries from occurring every year. And the data strongly suggests, the national research data that is done on the fire service nationally, that fit firefighters are at a much lesser chance of being injured on the job. The majority of our injuries that occur here are injuries due to lifting patients, lifting gurneys, lifting heavy equipment, lifting hose lines. So the point of this is to replace exercise equipment that in some cases is 20 years old. And if you were to sort of factor out, if we could save 1 workers' comp case a year over 20 years, we've more than paid for this equipment. But the money that we're requesting, the $125,000, is not for furniture. It's only for the exercise equipment.
Thanks very much, and we have a question from Councilmember Holman.
Yeah, and it's for staff. It's described on page 6 as fire station furniture, fixtures, and equipment.
That's just the category, it's just
Microphone.
That's just the overall kind of grouping in the category that we use. In this case, the chief is saying this is totally for exercise equipment. We won't let them buy any new Barca loungers, okay?
And it wasn't a questioning of anybody. I was just trying to get clarity here. So,
correct.
Okay, thank you, Chief.
Thanks, Chief. Yeah. Oh, your question?
Well, yeah, no, not a question for the chief, but just a comment based on my observations. I think this one's worth it, just based on what I saw of the facilities available for exercise at our stations. I fully appreciate the need based on my observations and what we just heard from the chief. So I think that this one is worth moving forward with in this budget year.
Other comments? I have a tough time prioritizing it above track watch, right, and RPP, but middle bucket? Middle bucket, okay. Now, thank you. So we now have finding issue and the budget uncertainty reserve. And let me ask a question on that.
Break.
You want to do?
Do we want to vote on the first thing, the first bucket, section?
I was thinking I'd take the time while people are going to get sandwiches to sort of take our 3-bucket list and see if staff could type it into a worksheet while everybody's grabbing sandwiches.
May I do something,
Yes,
Mr.
please.
Chairman? Follow up on Councilmember Holman's kind observation 2.5 hours ago. I don't see the need for any of these topics that we have here for us to have any other of the staff who are sitting in the audience to be able to be available. I think between the budget staff and ourselves, we can answer. I mean, we've surfaced all of these issues, so it's just a question of more detail, right? Would that
I agree.
be okay?
I agree. I think we shouldn't be in such level of detail that we need all these folks sitting here.
If there's anything critical, we can always email or call somebody, right?
Yeah, I think so. All right.
How much time we got, Lalo?
Till 3.
Till 3? 20 minutes. 20 minutes. 20 minutes. We have, at 3, I think we're taking up the golf course issue. couple items left by my tally on here, which is the wayfinding, the sustainability contingency, and the budget uncertainty reserve. Can I ask a question? You said that the wayfinding was a push, but that's not strictly true, is it? That is, I mean, we're going to collect $600,000 in parking permit fees. We don't necessarily have to spend it on wayfinding, right?
Correct. So let me try to add some clarity. From a technical perspective, it is funds that you could use for any expense. But the practice has been that it's been solely utilized for University Avenue parking lot activities, especially the last several years. And so we've had meetings with the committee of the downtown parking group, which is comprised of mostly business representatives. And, you know, they have their input on what should be spent on what. And there's been some disagreements over the years, and this is one project where they do not agree with staff. So the point that we were making was that if you were not to spend it, we would just technically send the money back to the university parking permit fund, which currently has a balance of about 1.2, so it would have a balance of about 1.8 in there. So it doesn't really help the budget stabilization reserve directly.
So I had understood, though, so if we, what you said being accurate, but we could use that $600,000 on some of the other related transportation/parking things instead of using general fund monies.
That is correct.
So I think that was the crux of Eric's question, too. So,
And that's why I was saying technically you could use it because it is, you know, available for any funding. It was just the practice that I was laying out for you, but
they don't agree with how that we're proposing to use it anyway, so.
And what do you guys think? Any wisdom on this? I wasn't at the meeting where we went, the council meeting where we approved the wayfinding.
What did we approve again? I'm trying to remember. Was
So-
it the concept, or did we actually approve?
No, I think we approved, I don't know that we approved a contract, but we approved moving ahead, whatever that meant. I'd have to look back and see. But you know what was included in the wayfinding. It's, you know, personally, I think I'll express my bias here too. I think it's overkill and signage. There's signage and banners at parking lots, parking garages, and the capacity levels at various parking garages.
So the thing that gets a little awkward about it is, in one sense, the council has already approved this conceptually. The reason I was asking, was it a concept or a contract? So I don't think there's a contract, obviously, so it's not like we're going to actually go out and start spending money in installing these things. But we do have a council directive to do this. So the question of how the committee wants to approach that with the council, you know, if you just take it out of the budget, you know, you'd be saying,
This very item, maybe a couple others, but this very item was one of the reasons that I asked the question at our very first meeting, was if there's been council direction on something, but because of budgetary constraints and concerns, if we decided to recommend a different direction, is that okay? And the response I got from staff was yes. So that's what I'm basing.
Councilmember Wolbach.
I think Councilmember Filseth just indicated my feeling about what message this would send to council, which is I think that we do have, I think the city manager put it well also. You know, we've got direction from council. I don't think that it would be appropriate. I mean, we technically could, but I don't want to see the finance committee turn around and essentially change course on something that so very recently got direction from council unless there is an overwhelming financial need to do so. And since this is, we're dealing with, you know, discretionary things here, I don't think that it would be appropriate for us to reject it. I'm generally supportive of it anyway, and so I'm going to be supporting moving ahead with what's in the budget recommendation.
Go ahead, and I'll let Councilmember Schmidt has a question too, if you want to
So
respond to
if
that.
I can respond just briefly to that, I don't think it is a negative back to the city council from the finance committee. I think what it is looking at this project in the context of the budget, which we did not have benefit of when the vote was taken on this project. And if we can actually use these funds for some other transportation project that's already in the budget, we would save $600,000 on this year's budget. So it's the context that is different for me.
Councilmember Schmidt.
Yeah, in general, the funds are paying for themselves, and what they're paying for is more efficient and effective use of our existing parking lots and garages and making it, easier access, less driving around. So I don't see enough positive budget reaction from this for the general fund that would help us in any way.
I think the question that Councilmember Holman has raised is that are there other, and maybe it's a question for staff, are there other transportation-related expenditures related to the downtown University Avenue district, right, that the $600,000 would be better spent on, given that there's not consistent support from this through the downtown business improvement district either. I think that's what she's asking. Not that we take it and we spend it on fire, exercise equipment for the fire stations or something like that. Right? Councilmember Wolak.
Well, I think now we're venturing into the tactical rather than the strategic level on this one. And as the city manager pointed out, there's no contract approval here. We're just merely allocating the budget resources for it. Before anything moves forward, it's going to come back to full council for approval anyway.
And if I might suggest, you have a couple of ways you could think about this. Again, you could make this as a policy recommendation that says, we're approving the budget that includes an allocation towards this. However, in our discussions, we thought that there might be other downtown transportation-related expenses that this funding could be more appropriately programmed for. So, for example, I think that you could reprogram this money for TMA,
Right.
funding the TMA.
I think that's where she's probably going, right?
So you could do that. It's just a question of what format you want to put that recommendation is, going back to your colleagues at the council.
Oh, quick point of order, by the way. I see the council chamber filling up again starting to fill up with folks from the staff, and they're welcome to join us, but we probably don't need you here.
Well, most of these guys, unfortunately, I think are here for the golf course item.
Okay.
I don't think they've been coming to enough council meetings of late if they're actually arriving an hour early for the meeting.
Actually, did we reach at least conclusion on the HISRAP discussion? Because we have,
I believe
it's Rob and Minka here from.
I believe we put $100,000 in bucket 2 for his wrap, but if
I don't think we
So
voted.
can we just ask Rob directly?
since Rob is here,
Rob, did you hear what we
we're gonna.
trying to defend your position?
So basically, the question was, and the chair will correct me if I'm mistaken, but basically, should we increase HISRAP
increase
funding?
HISRAP funding.
If we increased HISRAP funding in 2017 fiscal year by about $100,000 to match the level of the requests from those who got funding, would it be possible to actually disperse that in appropriate based on our current procedures?
Or use it for something else.
Rob DeGhost, Community Services. I appreciate the question, Councilman Warbuck. I think it'd be difficult to do that. We have a 2-year cycle for the grant program. We don't get requests in the mid-cycle. We'd rather see get funding added at the beginning of the cycle so we can evaluate all of the requests and be more strategic of how we might use that additional funding.
So, may I just add?
Question from Councilmember Schmidt.
Yeah, I guess we have three separate funds that we have voted over the year. One is HISRAP, one is the county homeless shelter, and the other is the $50,000. All of these funds are focused on the issue of the most vulnerable people, homeless and those who have dire needs.
Yes.
So rather than operate under the constraints of HISRAP, which is funding that's been going on for a stable set of providers on 2-year grants, I would think that the Community Services Committee and you, who are in charge of these variety of things, could use a funding source which was not bound by the rules of HISRAP, but could be flexibly meet some of these issues that come up.
Right. And appreciate the question, Councilmember Schmidt. We've discussed, and part of the CSD proposal was to have a $50,000 emerging needs fund that could be available during the mid-cycle to be able to either help an existing agency that's already funded with some additional support if they need it during that second year, or a new need and a new agency that may come forward. I know that the Human Relations Commission is very interested in something like that, as well as Minka.
What's the status of the county partnership?
For the housing, the $125,000, I'm going to ask Minka to come up and respond to that question.
Yeah, I understand that that was granted for 2 years, but it's going to expire soon.
Good afternoon, council members. Minka Vanderswag, Human Services. Yes, we're at the end of the 2-year cycle for that contract, and included in next year's proposed budget was a continuation for another 2 years of that collaboration with the county.
Yeah, just a quick question for Rob. There you go. So the $50,000 that is currently in the HISRAP fund, if you will, that was, as I explained earlier, was like that was set up as a rainy day fund.
Right.
And so I was a little bit confused by what you were saying. So would you benefit from having another $50,000 so that you could use, so you could keep $50,000 for the rainy day fund in case of, we do go through economic cycles, and then have a $50,000 added that actually is an emerging needs fund?
So that would be a very clean way to do it. That's not what we requested as a department, because that would add an additional $50,000. I think it's more of an ask. What we had suggested is once the 2-year grant program has been funded, fully funded, then that $50,000 that sits in reserve then becomes available to be used as an emerging needs fund. That would also then require the reserve to be refilled at the end of the 2 years. So it's a little complicated to do it that way. An easier way would be, keep the reserve for a rainy day and then have an additional $50,000 for emerging needs if funding is available to do something like that, and on balance with all of the other requests that you're balancing, of course.
And just a really quick question, because the HRC went through a process to determine what the allocations were based on the funding available on the 2-year cycle. So I'm not quite understanding why it would be difficult to go back to those organizations. Is there a short answer and say, like, hey, here's the rest of the funding that you requested? I'm not quite, is there a short answer to why that would be difficult?
I'm not sure it's necessarily difficult. It's just we have to recognize that it's 16 months later, and what they requested, they might have found funding elsewhere for that particular interest or need. It's unlikely that they need the funding for exactly the same thing. We'd have to go through a process to figure that out.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks, Rob. I don't know, I think what I'm hearing is that if we give them money, they can't use it. So I'm gonna sort of shift my needle a little bit, and I think maybe it should go to priority 3. But we should write down a policy, the policy note for next year.
Keep in mind the $50,000, though, that could be put in now for emerging needs, so they could retain the rainy day fund.
And it basically goes into a slush fund.
Separate, instead of the easier to keep it separate.
Commentary?
On that?
Yeah. No? Okay. Priority 3. Thanks, folks. Okay.
Your priority.
And Corey's. So where were we? We were on wayfinding. So, I mean, if it's allocated funds and there's not anything else we could target them to, then it's almost like a priority 0 thing, right? That was your guidance, right? Which is, you know, it's a push, right?
I'm sorry, because you're away from the mic, I'm hard of hearing.
I'm sorry, right. I think if those funds, if the $600,000, there isn't something else waiting for them to be used for, like TMA or something like that, then you're arguing that it's basically a push, it's almost priority 0.
Yeah, because what we would do is send the money back to the University Permit Fund.
Right.
Unless you direct it differently.
There's nothing that keeps this discussion from happening subsequent to the Finance Committee meeting. I mean, this can be a council discussion at any time. I mean, one of the ways you could think about this is when you transmit your budget recommendation is to identify a series of outstanding issues or concerns that you came up with.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't mean you have to move money around in the budget, but you
Right.
could say, you know, this issue came up as to whether or not there's some downsides to the wayfinding program, and are there higher needs to which we could put that money, which would actually would free up general fund
Right.
expenditures.
So why couldn't we dedicate it to, for instance, TMA?
Well, I don't
Could-
necessarily know that you could, that would be a problem. It's a little bit about the process question, about how you would decide what to spend it on.
Yeah.
You know, what,
I'm just saying as one possibility. I mean, there's also other mobility concerns that it seems like. What we're trying to do here today, as I understand the Finance Committee's, all of our comments, basically is to reduce how much transfer we have to do. So if we took that $600,000 and put it to something else that was going to have to be funded by general fund, we're $600,000 to the good.
right, but that would mean it would have to be something that is in this budget already. So if we were to put $600,000 to TMA, we don't have $600,000 to TMA.
Right.
That's why I'm saying it sounds like a better subsequent process. And I just get a little concerned that, you know, the council could see that, I mean, maybe it's a stretch here, that you want me to propose a budget that is responsive to the directives of the council.
Right.
So I did, and I included something that had funding to implement this. If you want to pull that out, you can do that. I just would wonder if that would, some of your colleagues might feel that would be better handled by raising it as an issue to ask the council to look at, you know, itself, rather than swapping it out and trying to make decisions for which we can't identify readily even the full 600,000 savings right now.
So you're not-
So is the right way to do this to say it's a lower, I mean, it's sort of an artificial exercise we're going through, right, which is, and this tests it, right? But to say it's a lower priority than exercise equipment for the fire departments, but maybe there's a higher priority thing to spend it on than the wayfinding? Is that right? Corey?
So I just want to throw out a couple things. I kind of actually want to step back a little bit because I think we're getting stuck in the weeds here. One, I just want to clarify my goal, because maybe I hadn't done so clearly enough earlier. My goal is to approve a budget with as few modifications to what was proposed by staff as possible within the range of 15 to 20% of, maintenance of the budget stabilization reserve. That's my goal,
Yeah, but Corey, I mean,
and
maybe
so
if you go down to
and so
15,
then
if you go down to
within
15%,
that-
we can spend another 5 million.
Right, and, well, right, so if we could fund all of these and we're within that 15 to 20 range, maybe I'd be okay with that. If we can get closer to the 18.5, which is our goal, I mean, this is, established council policy. I don't think that we're inventing new policy. It's, right here on page 79 that the goal, the target is 18.5 and that the range is, 15 to 20. So I think if we're still operating within that and getting as close to 18.5 as possible, I think that we're being responsible. I think we're being fiscally responsible, and we're abiding by existing council policy. And as far as downtown, and so staff actually just put this back up on the screen. Here's how much we could spend or save, right? Here's the range we're working with. So, yeah, and specific to the wayfinding, I do think we should come back to this, and I'd appreciate if after we're done with the wayfinding discussion, if staff could just verbalize an explanation of these numbers at the bottom of the screen. But as far as wayfinding goes, again, we've given direction as a full council. The budget is reflective of that. We're going to have discussions with the TMA coming up pretty soon. I can't remember what the date is for that, but that's going to be coming to council just in the next couple of weeks, or at least in the next month, I believe. I think that's the appropriate time for council as a whole to decide how we want to spend money on. That would be the appropriate time to say, if it's necessary, if we discover that we need to draw money out of wayfinding and push it into the TMA,
Yeah,
but the
so-
TMA may have alternate funding sources.
So what if we did the following for today? We actually move it above the line, okay, with DSD and that kind of stuff. But there's a note somewhere, and maybe it's in the TMA discussion that says, hey, this funding is available, if we choose to do it. For other kind of, because it's earmarked. Councilmember Holman.
So so TMA we've talked about is just as an example, and by the way, you did exactly what you were supposed to do. It was a council thing, so you should have had it in the budget. You did right, yet again. But TMA is an example. It could probably go to downtown parking garage. It could probably go, there are probably a variety of places where it could go. So I think what we need to consider, and that money will, so I think what to consider is the staff to come forward with some options of where that money could go that would affect general fund instead of going to the wayfinding when it goes to council.
When it goes to council. So that means it goes above the line, priority 0, with a big asterisk next to it. Is that a
Yeah.
correct way of thinking about it?
Well, so I think that we want to make sure that we get your sense of the priorities clear
Right.
as a takeaway. I'm want to try to help you because you're going to run out of time here. If you would just bear with me, I think you should put everything back and add everything that you have on this list with dollars associated with it back into the budget. We'll give you a dollar amount for the position reduction, so you can get a cost value for that, whatever, we'll take the median or whatever position plus all of the associated costs. And that will identify how much BSR we need. And then you could assign us everything from whatever, 2 million to a 100% reduction in the BSR. And you give us the assignment to come back with what the list of the changes, and presumably mostly in the capital budget. Then, in addition, you would have had your own recommended priority list, so that if it got to the council and they somehow said, geez, I don't know that I like some of those capital projects out, you could say, well, if you're going to put some of them back in, we would recommend that they go against these lowest priority things, whatever they are. And if you then wanted to say, by the way, if you want to swap out some of this BSR money for $600,000 from this other thing, you have a policy recommendation that says, let's look at some savings, and you put it together in some decision packages for the whole council, but you have a proposed budget with the appropriations.
I follow you.
And there are just some choices then the council has to make.
I follow you. Yep. What do you guys think?
Yeah, it looks like staff's actually putting this together right now. And again, I think having this conversation in the context of what does this mean for our BSR?
Right.
How close does this get us to our 18.5 target?
Right.
Is the appropriate way to look at this at this point,
Okay.
just because we are running out of time.
So I think that we shouldn't give staff direction to come up with 28 different scenarios. I mean, it should be like 2, right? Right. We already got one, which is 4.9 million, right? So if we had one that was 0 and then one in between, right? Is that sort of a reasonable dart throw?
I mean, I think ultimately, this is going to be a recommendation you're going to take to the council, and they're going to want to chew on it. So you don't want to make them go through everything you've been going through right now. You want
No.
to give some clear
Right.
buckets of choices, and they
Right.
go, yeah, I got it.
Right. So we have
Could I try a motion?
not quite. There's one more. We have so the budget uncertainty reserve. I think that's going to go that's pretty much mandatory, right?
Yes.
Okay. So, and then the other issue is finally the last one, right? We might as well bucket, since we've bucketed everything else, might as well bucket the sustainability contingency, right? So we have one over here that's number 1, I don't know, $250,000 seems like a lot of money for priority 1 above, tree trimming and stuff like that. I mean, what do you think?
Yeah, I think if we're trying to do some budget balancing here, and, the tree trimming service is a sustainability exercise, so it seems to me that's one way to kind of balance those.
I think it's lower priority for me, it's lower priority than track watch and tree trimming and RPPs. I mean,
Well, before we get to motions, could we hear from staff on what this would look like with our BSR and have some verbalization of what those numbers mean at the bottom of the screen?
I think at this point, what we're going to do is we're going to sort of do 3 buckets for the staff to say, and staff's going to come back with 3 BSR plans. We're going to give council, here's our idea of 3 buckets of priority if you want to start adding stuff back in, right? And that's about as far as we're going to get, if I understand what the city manager suggested.
Well, I think that, and I think I understood, but it certainly would be my preference that before we take anything out, if everything was included, except his wrap, if we're leaving that out, and we assign a number to the 1 position reduction, then what would that mean? Where would we fall in that 15 to 20% range with the BSR? I'd like to have that before we move on further with the discussion.
It's going to be like 18%, right?
Right. I think
It's
staff
the original staff proposal.
I think staff might have that now, but I'd like to give them a chance to weigh in and explain how we can read these numbers at the bottom.
Sure. Thank you, council member. So just to orient you guys to the worksheet. So basically, we have as part of the proposed budget that use that we've been talking about of 4.9 million of the BSR, which would bring your BSR level to about 18% of your fiscal year 17 proposed expenses. If we add 170,000 for tree trimming cycle to 10 years, we add the ongoing O&M for the 2 new RPP districts, and we add $500,000 for planning and transportation contingency, we would draw upon that budget stabilization reserve by an additional about $900,000. I don't know what the 1 position reduction would be if I just assume
180,000.
Yeah, the average cost is 187,000. That includes public safety, so that may be a little high, but it's a ballpark. So that would bring your draw on your BSR to an additional 700,000. So the highlighted number of $34.9 million would be your fiscal year 17 BSR level, which is 17.6% of your expenses. And if you go down to the bottom, you can see where that stands in terms of your targets. So your 15% minimum, you'd still be 5.1 million above the 15% minimum. You'd be almost 2 million, so 1.8 million below your 18.5% target. and you would be 4.8 million away from your maximum of 20%.
So if I could add something real quickly here. The sheet you have excludes their recommendations on the potential one-year deferrals from the capital budget.
Correct.
Those total about $2 million. So if you were just to say, well, we want to include those, even though the city manager said we might want to swap out some things other than those, that $2 million takes you to the 18.5% target number. You reduce that because you've got 1 point. Just put it in. Okay. So if you wanted to, I mean, you could say our starting point is there, and then to the extent that you want even less draw in the BSR, you then start to, we start to put things in buckets, or you raise these other issues, like if you replace, we substituted the 600,000 that the city manager has in the budget for some other expense we might have to, you start to figure out how to.
And so,
I think that's reasonable, but I think that's a sensible approach. But I want to caution, I think it's too simplistic to just focus on where we end up in percent of BSR, okay? Because the fact is that all these budgets spend more money than they take in, and a lot of these expenses are structural, okay? Which means we're going to have them next year and the year before and the year after and the year after that. And so if we don't deal with this issue now, we're going to be dealing with it a year from now, and the only difference is going to be we're going to have less money in the BSR than we did before, and who knows what the economy is going to look like. So I think it's the percentage of BSR is relevant, and it's one of the factors, but it's not the only one we need to consider. Councilmember Holman.
And can I add to that something I kind of started out the day saying, and this doesn't even account for potential post office.
Avenidas, post office.
And Avenidas.
Post office isn't going to hit in 2017, though.
Let me touch on that real quick. On Avenidas, the direction the council has given us is to use $2.5 million out of the $5 million ask from the community impact development, development impact fees for the community services, community facilities. Sorry, and to find the other 2.5. So I think that's what you're referring to.
We're digging. Okay.
There's a balance of 2.5 plus.
Find it here, find it there.
In the community facilities impact fee account now.
Plus, there's nothing in here for Section 115 in
There is no
2017.
money for Section 115, that's correct. And then for the golf course.
Didn't we have some
not in,
TDRs?
For the Avenidas, we had recommended TDRs, but council did not approve them. Right, from the existing 15 funds, but not from the 17 fund, new funding. And then post office, sorry. What we would probably do, obviously all of this is still baking, is issue debt to reimburse ourselves for any money that we use. And we can structure it where it's least painful in 17. So our challenge will be for 18.
Right.
Don't you think that ought to be part of what, we're not looking at the 2018 budget, but don't you think that potential ought to be put out there? So, we don't want to just go into 2018 going down a blind alley.
Well, and we agree with you, and that's why we're saying we got to come back to you in the fall with operating recommendations and capital recommendations, because we need to really take a lot more time to do this. And I know it feels difficult to just bank on the budget stabilization and not make some harsh decisions, but as you may recall when we discussed the budget in April when we transmitted, we've had some very difficult challenges, 2010, 2011, and we had $17 million deficits, structural deficits, and we got through them. And we have no choice. We will have to do it again.
Right.
And what that means is that we have to change the way we do services because predominantly that's what we have, right? We'll have to also look at new revenues. We'll have to revisit our revenue calculations. While our revenues are going up, we do have this challenge which I think it's an appropriate challenge, is that we are earmarking revenue for the infrastructure plan in the tune of $8 million. So we're trying to make you feel comfortable that the best way to do it is to do it strategically versus a rush decision, because we've been here when we've had to do it in a rush way, and what you start doing is freezing positions, stop funding infrastructure, and we learned from that in the 90s that it's not the right way to do it. You want to do it strategically. You want to do it with well thought out plans and multiple options so we can have that discussion and see where we're going. I think over the years here, I've seen enough recessions and we've had enough cuts in positions to make it work, and that we're saying to you, that we'll bring you plans that will have solid recommendations and options to do it, and it's not going to be painless. It's going to be a painful process for all of us.
The gravity of what you're saying is getting very, very concrete now.
Yeah.
So thank you.
So we're going back again to triage and to the fact that we've acknowledged that 18's the big year. I would propose this. Right now, it looks like you're on track to put the items in as we just discussed them in the ads, and to use the potential one-time deferrals as you indicated, or some alternative. And that results in a BSR draw in this year of $3.657 million. And then you say, and we directed the city manager to develop recommendations for the fiscal year 17 capital budget that would reduce that budget by $3.657 million, so that there is no draw on the BSR, because the committee realizes that next year you have big choices and you don't want to take any draw on this year's BSR. And you could even end up writing your report. We could get it to the council that shows here's what's in the budget, here's how we've asked to have it done, and we can revisit that with you at the June 7th meeting. You could see what they are. Even at that point, if we did want to, and maybe your recommendation even says there are some other funding sources we've identified that might be fungible for other discussions. But we could then go over that with you. I'm assuming we could find some way to identify things that would not be the end of the world to do that. And then you could forward that on to the council here are the details of what it takes. And so the council be in a position to sort of say, okay, it looks like we can adopt this budget without having to take any from the budget stabilization reserve this year. And I do think the chair makes a really good point, and I know many of the others of you can say this, is that yes, that's a budget stabilization reserve. It's clear to us that we will need it next year much more than we need it this year. So let's keep our powder dry. Let's make it work. And we'll have the whole array of choices to start to work through. So we could take that assignment when you're done here to turn that around so you could see what those changes would be.
Amendment? We don't even have a motion, but go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm still concerned with the fact that we are coming out of a very, very positive revenue year, 8.7% growth. The only major adjustment we're making is, let's put off some capital expenditures till next year. We have created, on a sustainable basis, very, very high levels of salary benefits that will continue into the future. My suggestion is we make more than a token effort to do something on the sustainable side. So what about making that 2 positions rather than 1 as a reduction that deals with the most negative sustainable part of our budget, the salary and benefit and our unfunded liabilities, which are growing very rapidly. So at least this addresses that, as you say, as a first step, but it's an indication maybe of what we need to think about next year. So if we had a motion, I would make an amendment to change that to 2 positions.
We don't have a motion yet. Can we do one more thing? Can we close off on the sustainability contingency, whether it's priority 1, 2, or 3? 3? We've got 1 over there, 3 here. I think I'm 3, right?
What's the choice?
What's the priority level? I mean, it may be an artificial exercise anyway. What's the priority 1, 2, or 3 for the sustainability contingency fund? $250,000.
And the choices are 1,
1, 2, or 3.
the highest.
In terms of priority.
Low. Right. What did you put?
I put low.
I put low, I put 3.
I put 2.
Put 2? Corey said 1. If we put 2, are we all in agreement?
Yes.
No.
Like I said at the beginning, you can disagree and I can get outvoted, but like I said at the beginning, there are things that were highest on my priority list, and that's one of mine.
Would you put it higher than exercise equipment for the fire department?
Yes.
Yeah, I would actually put it higher than that.
Would you put
I
higher?
think we can fund both of them this year, but I would
Would you put it higher than the PCE contingency fund?
I think those were my 2 top priorities. So those were both top tier.
They were above track watch?
Sorry, of those that were contentious, for which there was not clear unanimous support already.
So I'd put it, again, for me, it's like the same funding could go to basically close the gap on our tree trimming, so the road sustainability thing. So for me, I don't know that's what the trade is going to end up being, but it seems to make sense to me. I would put it below, and it isn't a vote against sustainability, it's just like where we have to look at some savings this year. But I would put it below the training equipment because, you know, personal injuries can have a much higher impact on the city than what the expenditure is.
So you want 3. I want 3. You want 2. Corey wants 1.
Sounds like it should go in 2.
If it were $100,000 instead of 250, would you put it in 2?
If it was 100, I'd put it in 2. I could better do that.
If it were 100, would you put it in 1?
125.
125. 150. 150 in number, no. 125 in number 2.
No, 100.
Oh, gosh.
This is like American Pickers. This is like, if
No,
anybody watches that.
That's what we're trying to get at.
That's what we're trying to get at, isn't it?
Yeah.
Right. Well, if we put it to a vote, actually it wouldn't pass because we do 250, or 250 is 3 versus 1 versus 2. Corey, you want to comment?
Well, I just think it's pretty apparent. You know, if you know, one person says 1, one says 2, a couple say 3, it ends up in the middle. It ends up in bucket 2. Just that sounds like that's what it is. And so when we ask staff to run the numbers on what is, if we include everything from bucket 2, what does that look like for a budget?
Fair enough.
It sounds like that's where it should go.
It's going to go into bucket 2 at 250 if you don't agree to 125. If you don't agree to 125 in bucket 2.
But as far as the numbers go, I don't think we should be, you know, playing auctioneers up here.
So how's it going to go into as priority 2 at 200? Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. Okay. Is that, so you have two threes, a 2, and a 1.
Right.
That comes out to a 2?
It comes out to 2.
Yes, wait,
2 something, yeah.
2 plus 2, 2 point.
Okay, 125 instead of,
125 is number 2?
I'll accept that.
I'll accept that. We don't have a vote. We don't have a vote, so we can always fix it later in a vote, right? But 125K.
Can you restate that for me?
Let's see. The Sustainability Contingency Fund goes in as number 2 at 125.
Can we ask staff, like, what happens if the contingency is 125 instead of 250? I mean, I might say just don't even bother if it's only half the total amount. But I'd like to hear what staff thinks.
Well, yeah, I think making changes like that clearly have implications versus, I mean, where you are right now is saying if the full council doesn't like the capital reductions that we have to do the draw on the BSR, then what the priorities of these recommendations start to come into play.
Right.
So kind of mixing it up by reducing the amount is a whole other slice of stuff. I mean, very simply, what we're saying is basically one-person operation we have in the Office of Sustainability that has funding in a total of $100,000 for some temporary staff has no funding.
But this is on top of that, though, right?
This is on top of that, but it has no additional funding to fund or respond to initiatives we have on a pretty ambitious climate action and sustainability plan that we have. I mean, I'm sure if we put that $250,000 in the planning department for sustainability, mobility-related stuff, we'd be going, oh, yeah, let's do that. So I think we made it clear that this just puts funding there. We would be sharing, we'd be making we'd have to come back with council as to if we have a master plan for the 250, or if we have incremental plans as to how we would be spending the funding, we'd be letting the council know.
So as a comparable to this, I've said with the $500,000 for the planning contingency, I don't know if I'm comfortable with that number or not. And I want to see, as what Gil Friend did for the 250, the description for how that would be used. I want to see that kind of description for the $500,000, or what increments would be used for what within that. So, yes, we do have an ambitious sustainability program, but I think we also need to prioritize, as I will also be looking to prioritize with the planning contingency and any number of other things.
One more, then we got to move forward.
I know I said this before, but I think it bears repeating. If we stipulate exactly what it's for, then it defeats the purpose of it being a contingency, and it should just be a specified position. But that's not the point. The point is so that those departments can be flexible to respond to increasing and fluid council priorities and direction. And so I would not support reducing the numbers on either of those contingencies, nor placing additional strings on them. They're contingencies for a reason. I think the numbers are appropriate.
We didn't change the numbers on any of the other ones, did we? Well, we sort of mucked around
we
with
didn't.
his RAP numbers. We did, actually.
We did with
Those were
his
all over the
RAP,
place.
and I'm, in an undecided position yet, lacking enough information on the planning contingency.
That's right. That moved around, too. Okay. All right. So in that case, do we now need to revisit the priority zero stuff? Do we need are we done with that, or
Meaning things we don't want to do.
No, the requirements and legal compliance. So we have 3 buckets. Right. We have the city manager's direction on looking at the capital transfers. Do we need to go back and revisit the requirements and legal compliance section? No?
I don't think so.
Okay. Do we need a motion here? Or is this all going to come back to us one more time?
Well, no, I think, no, I think what we want is your baseline motion that says, here's essentially what you're saying is, we're going to move the adoption of the city manager's proposed budget with the additions that you proposed. You put the planning contingency in, making sure we have the RPP, the tree trimming cycle, the position cut, with the further addition of understanding that the recommendations on the capital deferrals could be modified, and including a motion that would exclude the draw on the BSR for balancing the budget with capital, changes to the capital budget. That's what you would approve today, so we were done. What would come back then to you would be a reviewing of the reductions in the capital budget. And I'm presuming we could have a chance to tweak a little bit some of these policy recommendations you have for fiscal year 18 that you could also send on to the council.
Okay.
So if I understand what you just said, so the only thing that would come back to us on June 7th is the capital projects, because I'm, again, for the fifth time probably, I'm wanting to know more about the $500,000 for planning. I want a description of what that's to be used for. Commit.
Let me just put it straight. The council, you guys added that money, not
Well,
me.
yeah, and I was the one that added it, and I added it for a specific purpose. So I want to know what purpose it's going to be used for, and if it matches up with what my intention was when I initiated it. So other colleagues may agree or disagree with me, but I had a specific intention for that dollar. So I think I deserve to know what it's going to be used for, allocated for, from the planning director. So when this comes back to finance on the 7th, I don't want to see just the CIP projects. We've had conversation about that. We've had conversation about the sustainability contingency. We've had conversation about the tree trimming. So I don't want just the CIP projects to come back to the finance committee before council.
Okay, so then, to the extent that you want to do those things, they need to be additions to the motion that you would have. So you know, but if you could maybe make the baseline thing, so we've got that, and then you could add, you don't have, doesn't have to be as formal as it is to the council meeting. Say, well, I would also then like, and if that's what colleagues want to do, then we can bring those things back also.
You want to try it, Craig?
I was also going to, I was hoping to make one, but I was going to defer to Councilmember Holman because she was the first one who essentially called it earlier.
Well, now's the time.
I heard Greg before Corey. Right?
I was going to defer to our chair because I think you've done the priorities and kept track of the priorities.
I'm still trying to take note. I'm still trying to sort through in my mind what the motion is going to be. So if anybody else has a better idea, right?
Greg,
Did you want to do it?
I would move approval of what's on the text right now, general fund balancing model, that includes the proposed adjustments of increases in funding for tree trimming, new RPP, planning and transportation contingency. I would change the one item to say 2 position reduction. And I would include our expectation of the BSR goals.
Be more specific.
Being what they are listed.
So that's the revised BSR draw, net of the CIP reduction of 3.6 million?
Yeah.
Okay. And, so that's, is that
taking us to how much BSR reduction?
How much
Yeah.
PSP?
And I'll say I would second it, except for the change of 1 position reduction to 2 position reduction. That's where you lost me, but other than that, I would second the motion.
I would look for another second.
So I'll second, but I have some amendments as well.
You guys could actually approve it and then do these as subsequent motions, or is it all tied together?
Well, I would suppose they're tied together, but
Oh, no, we do have these big giant alphabet motions, right? But
Yeah, I mean, right now it's 4 hours. It would be good to at least get this piece done, and then you'd say, I've got 3 other things, or 4,
well, I don't know.
whatever.
I don't know what the difference is unless you're thinking it's just like difficulty in finding unanimous or majority votes.
I just worry you'll backslide.
right.
Oh, we'll keep
Well,
this from,
there's a second piece of this, though, which is staff's gonna come up with a contingency that moves more from that eliminates the BSR draw, right?
Yes.
So that should be part of this motion as well, right? Which is it's part B or something like that, right? So what you said is part A.
You want to make an amendment for B?
So let me make an amendment for B, which is.
Couldn't they just be separate motions?
no.
I think this should be the same motion, right? Which is staff will also return with an alternate scenario in which action on the capital budgets reduces the BSR draw to 0.
Have to be capital.
Not necessarily, actually. Do you want it to say capital, or do you want to say an alternate scenario that reduces the BSR draw to 0?
Well, it's your choice. I mean, I think clearly the easiest and really least impactful way in this triage year is we're looking at one-time
Yep,
adjustments.
right.
I mean, our capital expenditures are most readily one-time, they can be pushed out a year.
There's the wayfinding.
So just to be clear, if we do a second scenario to not draw on the general fund BSR at all in fiscal year 17,
Yep.
your BSR will be over your 20% maximum target.
It's okay, we'll put it in section 150.
It's not for Bowden.
No,
And it sounds like we'll
I just
probably
want
need
to
it
make
next
sure
year.
that you
But
guys are
our-
aware.
So that is one consideration, but the other consideration is, at least for 2017, the expenses and the revenues will balance.
Correct.
We have been over the 20% before. And, I mean, the thing that's different for you in this point in time is you're thinking ahead about fiscal year 18.
So do you accept that amendment?
Well, it was Greg's
Greg,
motion.
actually, do you accept that amendment?
Can I see it?
Oh, yeah.
I don't,
Is staff typing up?
Is staff typing a motion?
on the screen.
Can we see the motion?
Do you want to repeat it, Eric?
Okay. Yeah, can you please, can you repeat your original motion? I'll repeat my amendment.
I move approval of the general fund balancing model with the proposed amendments listed: tree trimming, new RPP, planning and transportation contingency, and 2 position reduction, and a potential CIP reduction of $2 million.
And the amendment is staff will also return with an alternate scenario which uses further reductions in capital budget to reduce the BSR transfer to 0.
I have
Did I say that
amendments.
right? Sorry?
I have amendments.
What are the nature of your amendments?
Wayfinding,
Wayfinding?
wayfinding options,
Yeah,
for that funding to reduce
okay.
general fund sustainability contingency,
Yeah.
reducing that to 125 potentially, returning with a description of this, and 50K is wrap.
So it'd be like a third
Let's do, sorry?
No, it sounds like that would be the third scenario.
Let's.
Or options to council.
I think what we should do on those.
I know it's easier to do that, but it's worthwhile to do the other. That's why we're looking at all this. Very little of this is CIP. Right.
Yeah, that's, I mean, this is what happens. This is operating expenses crowd out CIP. I mean, that's what happens. I mean, that's what we're looking at.
So,
So
could I offer some amendments?
I want to see the original motion first.
While she's doing that, can I ask staff a couple of questions? Is what we haven't seen as a part of this process is what the potential new hotel taxes might generate? Would those hotels be online next year?
Right, we have not looked into them because they weren't far enough from a finance perspective yet. You've heard revenue figures projected by the developers, I guess. So it's something that, you know, when we set new revenues, that's something we have in mind, and we are starting to receive hotel tax. We just got some last week from the online providers, which we had not received before. So, you know, all of that is going to play into our new numbers. We have to get a little bit of experience as to what that will be. But it's probably a little early since we just got it Friday to project from that. So those are things that, you know, will be coming down the road.
I think it's also going to be important going forward to see how the Airbnb units, let's say, might impact our hotels. And I don't know how you do that, so I'm just throwing it out there.
Yes.
And the other thing is what, you know, we've talked about an employee head count tax, you know, what that potentially might bring in. Again, it's just kind of a little bit of the bigger picture.
Right.
If you have any notion on that. There's been some back of the envelope ideas, but
Yeah, you know, we just got involved ourselves in this from a finance perspective, so we haven't really looked at it. I can tell you from the last time we looked at it as a business license tax, so it's a different view, right? We saw in 2009 that we could generate $3 to $4 million at that point. So, I mean, I could imagine that, you know, once we look at the data, we can provide you a better set of numbers.
okay, thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, Kylie, could you give the number for A? It would reduce the BSR
Right.
by X amount
And a BSR transfer, but potential CH
with 2.3. Could you give the bottom line number you had in your chart of what the reduction of the
It was-
BSR would be?
3.657 or whatever that number
Yeah.
was.
With
Oh, it's now
two
3%.
position reductions,
Yeah.
it would be a reduction of the BSR of $3,470,000.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, if you could include that,
So what if it said potential CIP reduction of 2 million to achieve a BSR transfer of 3.6 million?
yeah.
And what percentage would that be then?
You would be at 3.5 million.
3.5
You
million?
would be at 18.8%.
So parentheses, 18.8%. Okay. Okay.
No, the BSR reserve would then be 18.8.
Correct. So the parentheses just said 18.8% BSR reserve. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. Staff return. Okay. So you okay with that as is? You okay with that as is? Pursuant to, as far as.
So is this, excuse me. So this is, presuming the adjustments or tree trimming, that's, you're drawing from, no pun intended there, you're drawing from this, right? RPP. So again, the planning and transportation contingency for me to, you got it, but, so, you know what I'm looking for. But
Well, what I would assume is, this will come back to you all on the 7th. We will have already put in the packet for the 13th a proposed CMR that has the committee's recommendation with the acknowledgement that you'll be doing these additional review. It could be that because we'll include the 500,000 because we've got to have that for the public hearing notice and all that. It could be that when we have the discussion, it's unsatisfactory to you, or you want to convert it to, let's just say, you had a specific position you were interested in seeing. And if we got to that point, I mean, it could be where the committee says they don't support that right now. So we have to decide whether or not you want to just live with a contingency or you want to reduce the contingency or something by that amount. I do think that there is some value. I think there is real value in this being a contingency so that the opportunity for more in-depth discussion about how we will spend it would be made, in a different setting than trying to wrap up the whole budget. The alternative is you eliminate contingency, and if we just have items, we have to come to the council in the moment and get your approval. And one of the reasons we've done it in planning so much is you have so many items that pop up all the time in planning. It's pretty much been faster for us to say, well, we can draw from contingency on that versus you having to have another big in-depth discussion. So
again, it's, if there's some description, I'm really repeating myself here, but the way that the sustainability officer wrote his, that's what I'm looking for. I'm not saying it shouldn't be contingency. I'm just saying I'd like that clarity again. So also, I'd like to offer a couple of friendly amendments to the motion, which is for staff to return to other potential general fund savings by reallocating the wayfinding. And to include.
What you're really asking staff to do is, are there any better uses for that 600 than so staff to explore alternate uses for the parking fund?
Yes, but with a goal of saving from general fund expenditures.
Okay.
So can I just be clear on this? Here's what I think will happen when we come back. It very well may be that we do not have in the 17 proposed budget $600,000 worth of general fund expenditures that would be relevant. We might have a portion of it.
Okay.
So that's one way of looking at it. The other way is are there future expenditures that we want to make to which if we didn't spend it on wayfinding, we could make those.
Right.
And those are two different things. One is budget balancing, the other is just what's the best use of the funding. So for example, the comment about downtown parking garage, that's a future expense and a future use, not an offsetting use in the budget. Whereas we do have a $100,000 appropriation in the general fund budget right now for second year funding for the TMA, right? that would be an offset if we were to look at it that way.
Can I,
So to clarify the amendment, then it would be to return with other potential general fund, oh, wait. By reallocating the wayfinding project funds, actually it should be a potential general fund savings, this or future budget cycles. That goes to what you're saying.
Let me make a suggestion. Rather than offering it as a friendly amendment, why don't we vote on the motion and then have a second thing, because there are a series of other items that we had asked, and we could put all those asks together.
I think that would make sense as long as none of the amendments change anything that we've got here so far. If that's the case, then I would agree with Councilmember Schmidt's suggestion.
I think everything else is further.
So, yeah, I'm okay with that.
Okay. So we're gonna control X on friendly amendment, but not throw it away, right? And we're gonna vote on motion on A and B, right?
Speak to it first.
Yeah, care to speak to your motion?
No, I think we have spoken.
Care to speak to your second?
I thought you seconded.
Did I second?
Corey seconded. No?
No, I think you
Oh, maybe I
seconded.
did, okay. I don't need to speak to it, no.
Okay. Councilmember Wolbach, do you have any comments?
yeah, so well, actually, I don't, actually, as it's worded here, I'm fine with it as it is,
You were going to discuss the two positions versus
which
one.
is not in this motion, so I'm
Yes,
fine
it
with it
is.
as it is.
It is in the motion.
I don't see it in the motion.
So when it says, general fund balancing model, what that's referring to is a summary of the adjustments that Councilmember Schmidt listed, which is the tree trimming cycle for 10 years, the RPP, the planning contingency, 2 position reductions, and a $2 million potential reduction in the CIP program.
So all of those others were specifically articulated in the motion, so maybe the motion needs to be changed, but I'm not making that recommendation because I don't support that change.
Sure, we
Okay.
can line it out in the motion.
I don't know if the maker and the
Well,
seconder
rather
want to make that change, or if that should be one of our second
I guess this
motion
is a
items.
procedural question. So the motion as written includes all this stuff. Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
So it doesn't need to be expressly delineated in the motion itself.
Move what off the screen?
That's the clerk's office.
Well, but where does that live?
It's moved.
It only lives on your computer, though. It doesn't live anywhere else.
Yeah,
So we don't have it to refer to, so, in future, I mean.
so first of all, under B, the alternative scenario actually doesn't include the $2 million in CIP that the council did. That's already in.
That's
A,
already in, right.
just so we're clear about that.
Yeah.
I think we're safer treating the alternate scenario as B is not having anything in that. Everything is in A that you
Right.
guys have approved.
Okay.
Because it's really the city manager proposed budget with the things you know about, the tree trimming, the RPP, planning and contingency, and the potential CIP reduction. Those are the specific changes you guys made.
Right.
But you did also have one position recommendation
Right.
up there. The question is whether it's 1 or it's 2. You do need to decide that. I think it would be better to put that in A.
Yeah, and my recommendation is to leave it at 1
Right.
rather than 2.
Okay, well, she's putting in what was in the motion, and then you can make an amendment.
So I have a question for the city manager. Can I ask that while they're working on the motion?
Yes.
So, question for city manager. The difference between one position reduction versus a two position reduction. It seemed that staff was comfortable finding a single position reduction for a second position reduction. I'm wondering, is there something conceptualized, or is this something where you'll have to throw names in a hat? This is something we came up with tonight. This was not something that we really had in the parking lot. We just added it today. I'm sorry, not tonight. I'm used to always being here in the evenings. That was something we added today off the cuff. Does staff have any idea how that would be achieved?
So I think that's a good comment. We sort of wrapped our heads around the parking lot item. It's something that you brought up. We're responding to it. I certainly understand Councilmember Schmidt's intent. On the flip side, I could say, well, why two positions? Why not 3 or 5 or 10? No, I'm serious, because the point is wanting to show we've got some systemic things we need to be concerned with. So that also being said, the more we move off of what we've already done, it's more like, I think it's a conversation that needs to be like your other things you said. It's potentially much more expansive than that. Let's have that next year when we start to identify. We may actually figure out, gosh, maybe we have a bigger target that we have to say, how do we phase that in over time versus, I don't want you guys just to be in a let's just go shopping mode. Let's get 1 or 2 right now, and then let's another year get 1 or 2. I'd rather have a systematic plan to really start to talk about what you're concerned with, which is how do we manage this upward trajectory of cost with full-time positions with what our revenue stream is, and how do we start to build a plan? So I'm much more comfortable with 1 than 2.
So
I just don't know the reason for 2 versus 3 or 5 or 10.
Yeah, so having heard that essentially confirmed what my sense was. This is something that we came up with off the cuff. I'm not comfortable with it, and so I would recommend a friendly amendment that we change the 2 position reduction to a 1 position reduction. Hopefully it's a friendly amendment.
The maker of the motion, you accept the friendly amendment?
All right, I'll propose it as an amendment to the motion to change the 2 position reduction to a 1 position reduction.
Is there a second? There is no second, and so the motion fails. Amendment fails. Actually, you know what? I will second it. Okay? So, all in favor of the Councilmember Molak's the amendment to change the 2 position reduction to 1 position. Care to speak to your motion?
Yeah. Well, again, just for the record, this was an off-the-cuff suggestion that originated during the parking lot discussion. It was not discussed prior to coming to the parking lot. I don't think that there's been a strong enough justification for a 2 position reduction. Staff is not comfortable making a 2 position reduction, and I think that the staff comments that further reductions, whether 2 or greater than 2, should be done in a more thoughtful and strategic manner than simply at this meeting today.
And I will speak to my second, which is we're going into the hole on this, right? I'm not comfortable with the overall direction, but I believe staff can find a place. I mean, I believe 2018 is the big problem, right? I believe staff can find a way to limit the growth of headcount if necessary as we prep for 2018, right? Yeah. And so I would leave staff the flexibility to do that one. That being said, we're adding 10 heads this year, 8 versus 9, and it's 10% change, right? So I hope we're going to be I hope we're going to be, very, very judicious on this.
Could I speak again?
Yeah.
Yeah, why 2 rather than 1? Again, this year, I think we have been very generous with our labor force, with salaries and benefits rising by close to 9%. The unfunded liabilities, which is part of that and continues into the future, has grown dramatically. Healthcare, for example, at 11% per year. Adding staff tends to do that. The way we have dealt with our deficit this year is by postponing capital investment, where the real issue is how can we achieve a sustainable budget with a sustainable workforce. We've added 24 positions over the last 3 years. This is an indication of, gee, let's accept the fact as we move to rethinking where we're going, the workforce has to be one of the elements in there. And I think 2 is a very modest number because we've been talking about increasing planning and transportation, RPPs, traffic, parking, these issues that are upon us we need to deal with. The infrastructure are things we need to deal with. And our workforce is also an issue we have to deal with.
Yeah, I'm supportive of the amendment offered by Councilmember Schmidt for the following reason. It's that, I think it's prudent for us to ask the city manager to come back with the potential of identifying 2 positions that could be eliminated without causing any rash harm to our city procedures, and understanding that we have challenges in some areas more than others in the staff. I feel pretty confident, this is outside looking in, of course. I feel pretty confident that city manager could come up with a couple of positions. And I think it's not that he has nothing else to do, but I think it's a good exercise anyway in preparation for next year and our strained budget.
I'll make one more comment on it too, which is, the whole nature of this exercise is that operating expenses crowd out infrastructure investment, right? And so, given the constraints on capital budget transfers that we're signing up to here, right? Add ahead reduces the amount of capital investment we can do, right? And that's the trade-offs that faces staff.
So you're arguing for the amendment?
I'm arguing for Corey's amendment, right? Actually, right? Which is staff will have to cut capital more in order to fund it. Yeah, that's, well, actually, did we reduce the sustainability contingency fund from 250 to 125?
Nope.
No.
Not in the motion so far.
Not in
I hope you did.
We did not. That's about the same as one head, isn't it?
We're doing those as separate. We're doing all that as separate amendments,
We're
is
doing
what
that as
we,
separate
or separate
amendments,
motions, actually.
So we could put in, Councilmember Wolbach.
I would suggest that after hopefully passing this amendment, that we then vote on the main motion with the amendment, pass that, and then have another motion identifying potential areas for council to make additional budgetary reductions that would include things like all the things where we were split, including this. And I would put this in the same category as some of those other things where we were divided amongst ourselves. And then that can go as additional guidance or a supplement to the council. Say, here were the things where there was debate at finance. And if you aren't comfortable with this total budget bottom line, here's some other cuts, and then we could have that discussion at full council, because clearly we're going to remain divided on several of these.
Fair enough. Well, this amendment's not going to pass anyway, because if it goes 2-2, it fails, right?
Right.
Well, I'm hoping we can change the mind here.
Okay. Sorry, so wait, which amendment? This is to, there's only one amendment, which is to change the 2-position reduction to a 1-position reduction. So all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion fails, 2-2. Motion fails, 2-2. Now the main motion, right, to approve the general fund balancing model with including tree trimming for the 10-year cycle, 2 new RPPs, planning and transportation contingency fund, and 2 position reductions, with the proposed amendment that includes a potential CIP reduction of $2 million to achieve a BSR transfer of $3.5 million. Staff also returned with an alternate scenario which reduced the general fund BSR draw to 0.
So can I suggest, so I'm okay with most of this, but not everything, and I think what city manager had suggested was a prudent suggestion. So even if we don't agree with every single thing in that motion, that we vote for it, and then we come up with a list of things like the amendment that just failed, for staff to come back with information surrounding those, and then we'll go forward to council too, as saying like, these are the areas where the finance committee did not have full agreement. Agreed?
I support that as long as we can do it quickly.
Yes.
We do have
That's
some
what I'm
golf
trying to do,
courses
is
to
getting
talk
us to
about.
move forward.
Sounds good. Okay. In that case, all in favor? All in favor? Aye. With the original amendment, original motion. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. We have at least one motion passed tonight.
Can I offer a second
Okay.
motion?
Let's see. Who wants to make the next motion? Corey or
I'd be
Karen?
happy to give it a try.
So could I suggest something?
Yeah.
So, because
heard the
rather
motion
than debating every one of these, because we all have some of them, which would take a great amount of time, can we put these on the floor, and as they're put on the floor, we just kind of do a straw poll, and if there are 3 hands that go up, then we offer it as an amendment. Otherwise, they're like areas where we have disagreement, because otherwise, if we put these different things on there and debate every one of them, we're going to be here for another hour.
I would
So-
favor that.
Well, what I was actually going to recommend is that we just put together a list and say to full council, here's a list of items on which Finance Committee was divided, but which might be areas for potential change to what we just passed. So I was just going to read off, those areas where we couldn't get consensus among ourselves.
I mean, that's
Can I
maybe
say-
the fastest way, and don't forget, I mean, I don't mean it this way it's going to sound, but, no, really what you guys decide right now doesn't really count for that much. I mean, what you've done on the bulk of the thing is the council going to say, great.
Story of my life.
You spend weeks and weeks pouring through this, you have the foundational. Everything else is going to be dependent upon what 9 people want to do. So getting to some kind of resolution probably isn't worth the effort right now versus forwarding to them what you think they ought to look at.
So can I suggest one change to what you said, Councilor Wilbach, which was good, but just, it's not just what goes forward to council, it's also what we send forward to staff, for staff to come back with their comments, suggestions, recommendations, and options.
So, okay, and actually it looks like staff is putting together this list currently. So we have, allow me to try my hand at a motion. Hopefully there will be a second, and I'd be open to tweaks. The motion would be that, actually, I was going to read off of what was just up there. So I don't know if we could put that back up. So first, that we recommend areas for future policy discussion for fiscal year 2018. And do I have to read them, or can I just say does the city clerk have these that they could just copy and paste them? Okay, so these areas, and I'll just read them so it's in the verbatim record. Funding options for streetlight and traffic signal costs.
Can I make a suggestion here? We actually have 2 different issues, right? Right, I think.
One's policy and
One is the policy issue,
okay.
and the other is...
You know what? Then I'll come back to this one. I'll let
So-
somebody else make that one later. But let me stick with the indecision one then.
Okay, so let me make sure I understand what we're going to do here, right? Which is, we're going to have a motion to submit half a dozen ideas to council to amend this motion, subject to what council approval, and it's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Is that right? Okay.
Right, so,
And one more clear, so if we focus on this year's budget, and then we have, separate from that, consideration to the 2018 budget, that would be, I think, really concise and clear.
yeah, so let's do them as separate motions. And so we'll come back to that, what's on the screen right now, we'll come back to that. So for now, the motion is refer a list of areas of indecision from Finance Committee for Council's decision for the 2017 fiscal year, including including reduction of the, or changing the two position reduction to a one position reduction. Secondly, changes to the sustainability contingency. Thirdly, changes to the fire department furniture, fixtures, and equipment. Fourthly, changes to the planning and transportation contingency. And fifthly, changes to the tree trimming services cycle. Were there any others that were highly controversial that we should include in this list?
Sustainability contingency value from 250K to 125K. I think that was what we said.
Yeah,
right?
we could add that
Yeah.
nuance.
Let's be explicit here.
Sure.
Fire department FF&E, what was that?
That's the
It's really
exercise
just-
equipment.
It's not really FF&E, it's the exercise.
Actually, fire department
But that's-
exercise equipment
That's still-
deferral
that-
to next year.
That's still on, deferral to next year?
Yeah.
Okay, deferral to 2018.
Did we have disagreement on that? I thought we just had, did two of us?
Oh, yeah, does
Yeah,
anybody
Corey
want
wanted
that
that.
deferred?
Yeah, but that's just one of us.
That's still the area for disagreement?
No.
I think Eric was going to have a strong call. We needed two.
Greg, your microphone, please.
Sorry?
I thought you had said we're going to make a list and then go through, and if you get 3 votes, the list would be
Well, I think the idea is, this is, my motion is to just not go any further with these today, so we can finish this
Present them
meeting,
all to
move
council.
on, and just, if council wants to weigh in, they can do that.
Well, tree trimming services 10-year cycle, we already put in the motion.
Right.
Right,
So
that
it would actually
passed.
be changed to 7 or 15.
I don't support 7 or 15.
I do.
Okay.
How many do you need to get it accepted?
You know, to get it accepted, we need 3 to 1. So I think rather than do that, this list is going to get very long very fast, and we're going to have a big, long list to council, right? So it may be that only things that don't pass 3 to 1 should go to council.
I actually don't think there's much more to add to this list. I think we're pretty close.
The, harping on this, the wayfinding, that's not in the original motion. We can't
Oh,
see the
that's right,
original
we
motion.
saved that one.
Wayfinding,
Right, so wayfinding reduction or reallocation
Yeah,
to
reallocation of
to other
wayfinding
parking initiatives,
to other parking or,
It's
parking or
just
transportation.
to other initiatives.
To other,
To other
it's just-
transportation
it's not-
initiatives.
It's just reallocation, it's not a reduction, right? Because it's earmarked, right?
We could even say such as TMA.
Planning and transportation contingency, additional details, what does that mean?
That's what I've been asking for, is like additional information about utilization.
Right.
So additional information about utilization.
So we approved $500,000, right?
Well, again, I said, asked earlier, it's like, so we're voting on the $500,000, but that doesn't mean I necessarily agree with that. I want additional information, so I don't know if I support
So in
500,000 or not.
In that case, what if it said, change planning and transportation contingency based on additional details on usage?
You're exactly right.
Yep. And that's it for my list.
Okay.
All right.
One addition
Yep,
that is above,
yep.
bring a discussion of the Development Services Department realignment back to council.
Can that go in the 2018 policy for area, the policy areas for review? in the next motion? Does it happen for the 2017 fiscal year? That's the question.
Isn't that actually, I mean, the item which Greg is asking about, which is what you're really asking about is, do we need to raise rates, okay, to account for this, right?
When we had that discussion, I think staff mentioned that this is something they would like to bring back, and it would be helpful to have the Finance Committee ask for that coming back.
I think that goes in the policy area for discussion.
Well, hang on a second. Would you prefer that go to council, or is that part of the discussion of rate realignment that is coming to council anyway, and finance in another month or two?
So our plan is to bring it to Finance Committee, the study,
right,
and have that discussion with you, but it's independent of what's going on in the budget now.
But Greg's root issue, right, which is if we allocate this somewhere else, it's covered by ratepayers, right? And so the rates need to increase to compensate for that, right? Does that belong as a separate discussion, or are you guys going to consider that in the discussion of rate reallocations?
That is going to be included in the discussion of the study as to, how we diced up the positions and based on what. And
so the DSD realignment that is going to happen here, right, does get included in your study of rate
Yes.
allocations?
Yes.
Are you satisfied with that? Okay, so then it doesn't need to go on here.
Well, he's saying it's going to happen regardless. And as long as we're just clear on that, which we all are, I'm not going to the Finance Committee meeting when we do the rates if we haven't included this in it, because Greg will be upset.
Right. So I'd suggest that again, this is not an area of indecision for this budget year. That goes in the next motion, which will be about broader policy guidance.
I'm not even sure it goes in the next motion.
If
It seems like we're going to deal with in the rate.
But it certainly doesn't belong here.
Right.
So I'm not going to accept that amendment. But I actually haven't heard a second yet for the motion, so I guess.
Karen.
So two things. One is wayfinding reallocation to other initiatives, purpose to be
Other
general
parking
fund
initiatives?
savings. And the seventh one is, and I don't know where Greg ended up on this, was the establish add a $50,000 HISRAP emerging needs fund.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah, and so I guess I'm still waiting for a second for this motion.
We've got to see what it
So-
looks like first.
We're getting a lot of amendments, but.
Right. Are there any more?
Were we going to vote on each one of these, or were we just going to say, like, these are ones where we don't necessarily have agreement? And so, but the one thing I would, so it says areas of indecision for council consideration. These are actually first forwarded to staff for them to return with recommendations and then go to council. We don't want to just send these straight on to council. We're going to see this on June 7th.
So I don't know if staff has time to give us full breakdown on each of these between now and June 7th.
We don't. We're down to 3 people, and you're probably going to lose those 3 if you keep going.
And they're all here. Can I ask a stupid question on this? I mean, this stuff here, is this our job on Finance Committee?
So, I mean, I would see this more as part of your report to the council about issues that, that had come up and that there were concern.
Right.
I mean,
this is just an FYI to council, and then they can take.
Well, they can do it. The council can say if they want to make a motion, actually you can. When it's at the council, you can say, well, I move the Finance Committee recommendation with addition of emerging needs, HISRAP fund in the amount of $50,000. I mean, you can do whatever you want at the council meeting.
Yeah,
I know. I'm just afraid that it'll be like 3 o'clock in the morning by the time the council finishes this.
So I'm happy to speak to the motion, but I'm hoping that there's a second for it now that it's out there.
Again, I thought we weren't necessarily going to these are all issues that have come before us. Are we going to vote on all this? Because we'll have
No,
to. I don't-
this is a memo to council.
Yeah.
Just voting on the memo to
Yeah, the
council.
motion is to send this list to council along with the
Yeah,
budget
I think if you
recommendation.
do that,
It's an informational thing.
it's fine.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't you
And I'll
want the
second
council to profit from some of your discussion?
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, so
I'll
now,
second.
with that second, now I'll speak to, so yeah, I think we've had a great discussion here today. I would hate to see that, 4 hours wasn't, clearly summarized for council's benefit, and I think that this motion achieves that goal.
And I have no comments. Right. Greg?
Number 5 in the first list should be number 8, shouldn't it? Follow up for capturing costs associated with parking and traffic initiatives.
Well, we're actually just dealing with the second
We're only
list for
doing,
now.
it's only the bottom part. It's only the bottom part.
Yeah, we're just dealing with the
It's
second
only
list.
this stuff,
Right,
not that stuff.
but I'm trying to get number 5 on the list as number 8,
Follow up for capturing costs associated.
as to get
Oh,
businesses who are creating traffic and parking problems.
I'll not accept
Pay
that
more.
amendment. Yeah, I don't accept the amendment,
why not?
because it belongs in a larger discussion about the 2018 budget. There wasn't a clear, it wasn't something that was in our parking lot. It wasn't something that we had a clear debate one way or another. It's just, we should have a discussion. And if it's only at the level of detail of we should have a discussion, I think that belongs in 2018.
I understand.
Can I suggest that? I agree with your intention, Councilmember Schmidt, but it's a policy discussion I actually agree with Councilmember Wobach, it's a broader context.
Okay.
So I'm,
Okay? Chair?
don't thi-
I
don't
never
think you
do
got a
this.
second. Right.
I
I'm
never
gonna-
do
I'm gonna
this,
agree
but
with
I'm
Karen
going
and
to,
Corey.
I never do this, but I'm going to say,
think it's
move the
28.
motion.
Okay.
I don't think I've ever done that before, but I think it's time.
Let's see. So, all in favor?
Aye.
Right. Motion passes. So this is a memo to council, right, as an addendum, as an attachment to, okay? All right. It is now 20 minutes to 4. So we have one more, which is policy discussions. Is that right?
Yep. I'm happy to try my hand at another motion.
You are the policy wonk. Do you want to take a shot at this? Or you
I'll
want
defer to
let,
Greg if he wants to take it, but it's already on the screen.
Is it appropriate? I mean, we sent the budget on. Why?
What I think we have here, so let me see if I can put some words on this, right? I think what we have here is that during the course of the budget review, we spaded up a number of issues that were more properly deemed policy issues, but which will be highly relevant for future budgets. Okay? So what do we do with that?
We direct it to staff.
We direct it to staff.
Yeah, I mean,
Direct it to staff or council?
at the,
Or ask council direct it to staff for 2018.
yeah, at some point you need a motion.
Can I try my hand at a motion?
Well, I'm waiting for input from staff first, right? So,
Sorry, I was a little bit confused, so I had to pause myself. Yeah, if there's some recommendations that you want to make in terms of items that should be considered for policy decision, that should be listed as part of your motion.
so it's a memo either to staff or to council. Well, you want to try?
Yeah, because ultimately, we can't really give direction to staff as a committee. It has to get council approval.
Okay.
So I'd move that Finance Committee recommend to council to refer to staff
Board of
the
Policy
follow-
and Services.
refer to staff areas for policy areas for review relevant to the fiscal year 2018 budget, and then this list. And I'm happy to read them aloud or just
Well,
refer them.
number one's already done, right? I mean, that's not a policy issue. That comes from the general
Yeah.
fund, right?
Yeah, a lot of these are already done.
That's done, right? Number 2, yes. Number 3, yes. Number 4, I think that's not a finance issue,
Oops.
right? And number 5 has to do with who pays for RPP, right? And I think that is a policy issue, right?
There was a sixth one. That was a referral to Policy and Services, or that Finance recommend a referral to Policy and Services about low-income users of community services such as community gardens. We talked about that a few times ago. Don't you remember?
I don't.
And staff said that was a referral to
I'd be
Policy
open,
and
I don't
Services.
remember, but I'd be open to it.
So, that might have been the night that you were absent, but it is in the tentative motion, so staff has that as a follow-up item.
Yeah, it's not up here, though, and this is our final.
Okay, so I'm happy to include that one as well. And then we could also say, maybe in the headline of the motion, to refer to staff and/or Policy and Services Committee, or and/or appropriate committees.
Yeah, I mean,
We don't need to do that.
I wouldn't, yeah.
We don't need to do that.
Yeah,
It's
staff
in-
will bring it to
It's in the items
Yeah,
themselves.
okay, we can scratch that.
Jimmy, you want to comment on this at all? Any thoughts? What are you thinking? You want to comment?
Yeah,
Mike?
I would propose making 5 read associated with parking and traffic initiatives. And, you don't need the reference to RPP because it would include RPP and TDM. What? I don't think you need a specific reference to RPP because that limits it.
So after initiatives, just put a period? Is that your recommendation?
Oh, you could leave the sustainability in there. And I would add a 7th with a focus on reaching sustainability with full staff cost.
What's that mean?
Do you mean reaching a sustainable budget?
Yeah.
Sustainability is something
yeah.
different.
What's that mean?
Sustainable budget that we take into account salary increases, pension increases, health increases, retiree health increases, and our unfunded liabilities. So that should be a goal for the 2018 budget.
Or at
How's
least,
that different from what we have now?
yeah, I'd say it's at least an area for discussion. I'm fine with including as an area for review. Any second?
Sure.
Second by Councilmember Holman.
I don't need to speak to my motion.
All in favor? Aye. Motion carries.
I'm sorry, just one quick correction. Number 3 is at 2.5%. Sorry.
Can you bring up the spreadsheet that has the changes? So that
One other minor thing Palo needs to do.
we need to have you approve the rest of the budget, because
The
you've
other
only,
500 million.
500, oh, yes.
because you've only done the.
No, we did the
general
parking
fund.
lot.
Go there.
So we spent all our time on that much and, right?
Just a perfunctory.
Move to approve the remainder of the budget. All in favor?
Oh.
Aye.
Okay.
As you move tentatively, now there's one more item that is reappropriations. Oh, you don't, oh, that's okay. We're okay.
Oh, yeah, we got to approve reappropriations, right? Well, if we just approve the rest of the budget, does that include the
You did.
reappropriations?
There's a section of a formal process change that we incorporated a couple of years ago, and it's page 10, which is the reappropriations. It's a formality. Basically, what we're doing is we're having you approve funds that were carried over.
Capital reappropriations.
Correct. So what this is that previously prior to the Muni code change, capital projects would just roll over automatically. And so as part of that change, we now have to have you guys approve any carryover. So in total, this is asking for an additional 21.7 million carryover, and all the details are in the back in attachment A as to what projects and the changes, recommended changes to the reappropriations. Some are up, some are down. It just depends on where the projects are at in the cycle.
It looked like most were up.
Well,
one
overall,
question.
it is.
So it should be automatic, but one question. If staff decides to go and defer some projects, and it happens to be some project, and some of those projects happen to be in here, what does staff have flexibility on the capital reappropriation to redirect those funds to something else?
Correct.
So
So if you guys approved these, we're going to go back and look at everything in totality.
Right.
And when we come forward with this potential $2 million reduction, you may see some of these rebudgets come down depending on priorities.
Okay.
So the motion would be to approve staff's recommended reappropriation of $21,722,252 as listed on page 11 of the CMR in the included attachment.
CMR number,
CMR number 7018.
So moved. Second?
Second.
Second. All in favor?
Just a
carries.
quick comment. Thank you for getting us there. We are going to be very challenged to bring you a lot of information, meaning we're not going to give you a lot of information. We're going to give you a list of the projects because the projects have the descriptions already in the document because there's only 3 of them. So don't expect a lot on that June 7th listing because they got to concentrate on the council memo. So we'll try to see how we can do that, but it's just not going to have a lot of meat on that bone.
so just to be clear, so the motion did not focus specifically on CIP? It was both CIP and operating? So I know you're stretched thin no matter what, but it isn't specifically a focus only on CIP.
Thank you.
And then just one other comment, if I might just make a quick comment because it relates to budget, is I was at the VA the other day for a meeting, and they just built, and that's a government entity too, they just built a new parking garage, just built it, $18,000 a parking space above ground. And we allocate like $60,000. Their below grade parking spaces cost $50,000. So I'm just putting it out there and saying maybe we need to sharpen our pencils or get other bids or something. Or our design is like so phenomenal that but that's 18 to 60 is a lot of difference.
Okay. Next up is golf course.
Golf financial report.
Can I just make I have to excuse myself at least by 4:15 because I have a 4-footed friend that's going to need attention before the council meeting.
So I'm tempted to call a 5-minute break here, but I'm fearful that we won't get back in 5 minutes and we got a lot of work to do. Right, so why don't we go through? Yeah.
Sounds good. We'll do a switch of staff here real quick and have a quick presentation.
Thank you all very much.
Yes, thank you. So, but that's budgeted in this budget. The bridge is budgeted. Bring it up.
It's tonight.
I know, it's in the budget too. So, interesting.
Yeah.
No
I
flooding
have
issues?
36 new emails.
No flooding issues?
I think it's the same thing that we have during the winter months.
Okay. That's one of the things we're going to do.
So we're ready here, Chair Filser, whenever you are. So good evening, council members. Rob DeGose, Community Services Department, and I'm joined here by Joe Teresi, Senior Engineer and Project Manager for the Golf Course Renovation Project. In your packet, you should have received a fairly comprehensive report on the status of the golf course. There's still some missing pieces. But for today's presentation, given that you don't have a lot of time, I'll just highlight the high points of the staff report and then get into questions and answers that you have. The operating budget includes an assumption that we close the golf course on July 1st. We have bids that, an RFP that is out. It was released on April 22nd. The bids are due tomorrow. Our estimates are the cost will come in somewhere around the $12.5 million range. We would fund the project with $3 million of mitigation funds from the JPA. $1.1 million in revenues for the dirt that we've collected out at the golf course, and then an $8.4 million debt service using revenue bonds that the golf course revenues would pay off over 20 years. Staff plans to be at council on the 13th with a full discussion of the golf course project with an award of contract for council consideration. In addition to that, we worked with the National Golf Foundation to do some sensitivity analysis on how the golf course, the new design, would fare in the market. And the high-level table of that is in the staff report. The National Golf Foundation is fairly confident that the course will recover costs within 2 years of operation and then do quite well after that. Staff are a little more cautious, I think, in our reading of the local market. But we do think the course over time will do quite well. But I have to say there's still some risks there. We're seeing declining rounds of play in the Bay Area. We know that Poplar Creek, north of us, is not able to fully fund their golf course and cover their debt service. We have a course in San Jose, Los Lagos, that is looking at closing and doing something different with their land. There's another course in Livermore on the East Bay that's also closing, and they're going to do something else with their land. On the other hand, you look at Shoreline, that's doing really great. Our course closest to us had 82,000 rounds last year and is generating $200,000-300,000 above the cost of operating the golf course. See the same thing at San Jose and Sunnyvale. So sort of a mixed review there of the golf market. The National Golf Foundation, they are experts in this area. They believe that our course and our design will be unique and we'll be able to attract the golfing public that will fully recover not only the operating costs, but the debt service and the cost plan overhead that comes from City Hall. So let me just leave it there and open up to questions that you may have. Did you want to add anything?
1
just confirming, you don't need any action from us tonight. This is merely informational in preparation for it coming to council on June 13th, correct?
The action is really recommending approval of the general fund budget for fiscal year 17, which includes the assumption of a closed golf course, July 1.
Which technically you did with the last action, but
Right.
you kind of were looking for more information. There were some concerns about the cost, and since we had a bit of a window, we figured we'd give you at least some information for now. When you're going to get the full details, as Rob said, but once we have the bids. I mean, I think the thing to wrap your hands around it is to the points that Rob made, that the consultant, National Golf Foundation made, is the base model looks like it could be in a positive position. But you also have to assume, what if it's wrong, right? So we did sensitivity analysis. We asked them to do sensitivity analysis. And if you look at page 7 of the report on the resource impact section, we're telling you that it could be from a surplus, in the 169 range to a loss of 313. So that's the risk that you're going to want to understand as you make these approvals going forward, that things could change. Page 7 of the staff report. I'm sorry, 6?
Or the actual tables, in 6, but
I don't have a packet page. I apologize. I'm looking at staff report 6975, page 7.
Yes, it's packet page 31.
On the resource impact. Is that what you have, or do I have something different? Okay. And so, Rob mentioned a popular golf course up north. I talked to my counterpart up there and I said, hey, what's going on? Because they're losing, $400,000 to $400,000 a year. And a lot of it had to do with some of the decisions that they made. At one point, when they started and did the renovation in the 2000, they had a high number of rounds because everybody was excited, wanted to go see the golf course, play the golf course, and then they tapered down, and they thought that it was something that was going to come back, so they refinanced their debt. And the way they did it was by not paying principal for 3 years, therefore making their debt service $650,000 a year. So that's because I was trying to figure out what's the difference between them and us and our debt service and structure. So you see ours is in the 570 range, our debt service, but that's an estimate at this point depending on the bids. So it's just a matter of whether the rounds stay and the fees stay within the rounds that as expected in the base model that was done, as to whether we're going to be in a positive flow. So that's just the caution that we need to be aware of as we're going forward. That yes, the consultant expects us to be in a positive position, but there's always a potential that things could change. And so it's once you get the bids, once we get you the actual report, those are things that you want to put into consideration.
How many users of the golf course a year does it take to break even?
The pro forma that we have from the National Golf Foundation has a stabilized at 71,000 golfers a year, or 71,000 rounds. It's not individual golfers.
71,000 rounds a year.
71,000, correct. Okay. And what gives me a little bit of hope there is that San Jose Muni had 80,000 last year. Santa Teresa had 80,000. Shoreline, right next door, had 82,000 rounds. So it's not out of the realm of possibility, particularly if we have a course that is very competitive and better than what those are.
And Rob, you saw those numbers prior to us modifying the golf course in the better years that we had. We saw those numbers.
What's the next significant golf course north of here? So Shoreline's south.
It's Poplar Creek in San Mateo.
That's a hike. There's Stanford, but it's private.
wouldn't Crystal Springs?
Crystal Springs is close to, yeah.
It's a bit north off 280.
Right, and that had almost 70,000 rounds of golf in 2015. And so we're assuming 71,000 for the new course.
Yeah. And so, and I think Crystal Springs had been a long time since they did any upgrades to that too. And it's still operating that. But I don't know how much of the rounds of golf specifically, but we also have a pretty popular driving range, and we have a pro shop, and we have, instruction that's given. So I don't know how much that factors into the profitability, but we offer all of that
and it certainly
too.
does factor in. We won't be remodeling the pro shop and the restaurant. It does need some work, but we will be remodeling the whole practice facility, which will be a lot nicer, probably one of the best in the Bay Area, I think, once it's done.
So I know a long time ago the plan was to go back to, or at least one of the considerations was to go back to the original Eichler design for when those were proposed and or built. So is that the plan now, is to go back to that original Eichler design?
It's still in the master plan for the golf course. We don't have it as a CIP or a funding source yet to do that.
Okay, but as far as design, that's
it's still there, yeah.
consideration. Okay. Just a quick note, it's like every time the Historical Association has a meeting about Eichler, it's the biggest crowd they get. So if that speaks to popularity.
So let me talk to the funding real quick, because maybe that'll be important for you to understand as well. So what we would do is we would use existing funds. We're going to need an additional amount. We'll know tomorrow how much more. So we'll factor that in with our June 7th numbers as well. And the idea is to finance that through certificates of participation. So the revenue of the golf course would ideally pay for the full debt service. We have an original debt service that is terming out in 2018. And so past 2018, then we'll only have the single new debt service to focus on. The other points are that as were mentioned, the leases for the restaurant and the pro are up in 18 as well. And so we would not need to figure out what to do with that, either try to extend them for a year, try to figure out a plan, or to go out for a new operator for those services, or look for a company that encompasses all of that. So it's just a little more background for you.
Yeah, I guess it's been a while since we've looked at the details. But the first message is that we have received all permits. Is that right?
We have not yet received all permits.
What's outstanding?
Good afternoon again. I'm Joe Charisi, Public Works Engineering Services. For the golf course reconfiguration project, we need 2 permits. One from a state agency called the Regional Water Quality Control Board, and a second is a federal permit from the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. And we're very close to receiving those. We're cautiously optimistic that we will have the permits in hand prior to the June 13th council meeting when we come to you for the award of the contract. We're just all the issues of substance have been worked out, and now we're just in the phase of them writing out the final words of the permit and issuing it to us.
I guess a key question is, how does the permitting process affect expected construction costs, especially if there's still some final footnotes to be put in? Can you make an effective construction bid without a clause saying, I may have to spend more?
Most of the requirements have been made known to us. So even though we don't have the permit, we know what the requirements are going to be that are going to be imposed upon us, and they've been put into the specifications so that the bidders are aware of them.
So there's no surprises out there. We've had lots. Have the permitting process raised our expected construction cost? Extra levies, extra drainage?
I would say yes from two perspectives. One is just the time that's passed. I mean, we initially applied for these permits back in December of 2013.
Yeah.
So costs have escalated since then. And in addition, just the existence of the permits and their conditions, there are a number of things that we have to do that cost money. So those things in turn have also increased costs.
Yeah, what was our original construction estimate? And do you have an updated one now in your expectations?
The original construction estimate from the golf course architect back in mid-2014 was $8.4 million. The current estimate is $10.9 million. Some of those things are just the economy, how the economy has changed, and in particular how the golf course building economy has changed. Some costs of materials have gone up. One other factor that is likely going to increase the cost is the policy decision by council to require that all construction contractors pay the prevailing wage. That was not a requirement back when we bid it back in 2014. That adds some costs as well.
Does that affect the annual payment the course has to make? It does affect it, but is it dramatic?
It has been factored into the pro formas, but yeah, it increases the debt service. The current debt service, I want to say we're paying around $400,000 a year. So this will be somewhere in the $570,000 range.
So the increase would be from 400 to 570, huh? Yeah, that's quite dramatic. So it makes us more vulnerable to the number of rounds. And I know when we were discussing it 2 or 3 years ago, there was some discussion of longer-term trends of fewer rounds in a given area. They take, such a long time, and today's attention span is quicker. Do you have any estimates? Have you made any changes or adjusted your expected rounds from that?
Well, the last time the National Golf Foundation did their study, they had us stabilizing at 75 to 76,000 rounds. So this update, they have reduced that, which they think is responsible. So do we, because there is a national trend in decreasing annual rounds. But as I said earlier, if you look at the local market, it's really mixed. Some courses are really doing quite well and doing well above 70,000 rounds, while others are struggling.
Yeah, I guess it's dramatic that, as you point out, 2 or 3 are in trouble or closing, and 2 or 3 are doing very well.
Right.
So how do you fit into the...
Well, we need to make sure we build a golf course that's really state-of-the-art, and I think the design is, and the council unanimously approved that. It's going to be dramatically different than what we have now with elevated tees and greens. We actually see the bay and the coastal hills. We're taking 50 acres of now managed turf and returning them to more natural baylands areas. So you really feel like you're playing in the bay, and you can't experience that in any of the really close courses, local public courses. So it'll be different. Hopefully, a great experience that people will return to.
I guess I'll ask a question. I have noted that the intersection of Page Mill and Embarcadero on the east side of the freeway is probably the worst intersection in the Bay Area. Would you expect that to have an impact on the popularity of the course?
Well, it's very frustrating. I know that, and we hear about it. They're doing work on the freeway, I believe, that's causing some...
Yes, there's a bridge.
So once that is done, I think the traffic will flow a lot better.
So you are not anticipating any difficulty in the word getting out that that's not a good place to be in the late afternoon?
Right. Well, that's what we hope so. And golf is played all day long, starting at 6 a.m. in the morning. And actually, it's an excellent location to have a golf course. It's right there off the freeway in the Baylands.
Yeah.
Can I ask a follow-on question before we, right? Which is, if I heard what I think I heard from Councilman Schmidt, is he basically asking the question is if we have a really nice golf course, then potentially we do pretty well, and if we have one that's kind of ratty, we do zero, and there's nothing in between because they go to Shoreline or someplace else? I mean, is that how this business works?
That's a good question. It seems a little bit like that. There are options for people, and people like to play different courses. So there's lots of influences that'll affect whether you play somewhere or not, and pricing is another example. Pricing is up and down, or when you want to play during the day, you have to adjust your pricing so you can be competitive in the market. But the traffic is a good example. If the traffic is consistently bad, right there, that will change behavior. People won't want to deal with it, and they'll go somewhere where it's easier.
So this is sort of a risky venture.
I think the other consideration is the length of play for the round. As a golfer, I can tell you that's a constant discussion with people that I play with, that you're looking at places where you don't have to spend 5 hours on the golf course. So if I'll put up with traffic to get there if I know if I'm going to play in 3.5 to 4 hours. If not, then, so there's various factors that we're going to have to make sure that we manage and work closely with our providers to ensure that we have the course of play and manageable.
May I just add something? So, this is not in my view, this is not a choice or a decision that is risk-free, really. And partly the costs have gone up. The market is changing. Lalo's and I talked about this. Right now, millennials are not playing golf the way boomers. This sort of thing. I don't think there are a lot of new golf courses being built or folks remodeling their golf courses. But I would say as a mediocre golfer, it's a really crummy course we have right now. I live nearby here. I have no interest actually in going and playing there. So, having a links type course that plays to the assets of the Baylands does begin to distinguish it. But I will tell you, we're concerned about the move here. It's not entirely risk-free. Now, again, we have a business model. We've had a tradition of a business model that it really is fully self-supporting, including the debt service, which is not always typical in a municipal operation. So
if I can chime in before I have to excuse myself, sorry. I think there are a lot of factors. As a used to be very frequent golfer, now a sometimes golfer, I think there are a lot of factors, and Jim and Lalo have both alluded to some of those or commented on some of those. People identify their favorite course, their home course, their go-to course, and while I agree that intersection is not the easiest one around, I think there are a lot of ones that are a lot worse, but these aren't typically peak hour trips that people make to a golf course either, except that some people do go after work, but these aren't peak hour trips that are going to be headed to a golf course. Some of the things that make, I'm not telling staff anything you don't know, but some of the things that make a golf course really attractive, appealing, and successful are its uniqueness, the setting, the environment, how quickly you can get around, the amenities like the pro shop and the lessons that you can get, and having a good dining facility. There are all kinds of things that
how often your ball goes in the hole. How quickly it does.
So is that?
It's making a golf.
So having the holes be like this instead of. So there are all kinds of things that make for a golf course a success, and golf is a sport like many other sports. From my, not decades and decades long experience, but an observation. But golf is yet among the other sports that goes somewhat in cycles. And I would also say that as a part of a healthy city venture, I guess you could say, is golf is a sport you can play till you drop dead. You know, it doesn't require absolute strength. It doesn't require absolute speed. It doesn't require absolute endurance. So it is a sport that you can play literally till you're, can't do anything else. Was that a good enough pitch?
Actually, just a couple of quick questions. One, I think this will probably come up in other large construction projects for the city as well. Do we have a contingency fund, or do we build that into our RFP for this? I know Sunnyvale does something like 10% as standard and more for more unusual projects. Mountain View and San Jose, I think, also have contingency funds or requirements as part of the RFP, just in case something happens in the construction or in the market that causes costs to go up. So that way, we've budgeted it accordingly.
Yes, there will be a contingency budget. I think 10%.
We do?
Yeah.
Okay, that's great. And secondly, Jim just said that the city manager just said that this isn't a risk-free choice. And I guess my question is, at this point, do we as a council really even have a choice? Does council really have a choice to not move forward with doing the redesign of the golf course, or are we essentially committed?
I would say essentially committed, but you always have a choice, but it would not be clear what the next step would be, and it certainly wouldn't be without other risks and other massive costs as well to do something else out there.
Okay, thanks.
This was really informational, so whatever questions you had, and otherwise, the staff's coming back on June 13th, the same night as the budget adoption, with the, you'll have all the details.
At 1 a.m. Could I have one more follow-up question?
Sure.
We built a mountain of dirt out there expecting to use it. Yes. Now it's, 18 months later. Is there a market where we can get rid of that dirt mountain?
I don't think so. We'd have to pay to remove the dirt. I don't think someone would come and get it. People pay to get rid of their dirt, not so much to purchase what we have.
But my understanding was we were going to recirculate that dirt to other projects. Is that still in the cards?
There's really just two projects. One, the golf course project, which needs a considerable amount of dirt, and the other is the levee project, which will use 25% of the
So that fits in with the construction schedule?
Correct.
Okay, and I guess one last question. Coming back to council on June 13th, now what you'll have by that time is the construction bids, so we will know the amount and the issues that the construction companies have found.
Yes, we'll have the low bid and the full NGF, National Golf Foundation report.
Yeah, so there's an update of that report.
Correct, yeah, so we don't have it all this evening, just the bids come in tomorrow, but we wanted to give you as much information as we had.
Good, thank you. Do you need a motion?
We don't have a motion. So then the only item left is next meetings, which is June 7th. So we'll have the follow-up from tonight's discussion, and we will have, and we'll see, depending on how things go, we can rearrange the calendar, because we have procurement, municipal policy changes that we are recommending. We want to update the limits and thresholds, so we'll have a justification for you there. And then the third quarter financial report. So some of that stuff is movable, so we could focus on the budget that night. And like I said, it's going to be hard for us to get a lot of details, but we'll do our best to get you something.
Now, you will have the commercial and residential impact fees?
I'm sorry, that got moved to the 21st of June. There was a conflict in the schedule, and planning asked that it be moved, so it's going to be the only item on the 21st, but it is happening 2 weeks later.
Okay.
Thank you.